for the 2v2 tournament. This is a round 4 match competing to the round 5 competitor match, which will decide who is going to go to the final match for first or second place. We are seeing the champion select going underway. Both teams are ready. On the left team, we have Cage the Elephant and Chaos Reign 77. So far, undefeated entirely, as far as I've understood. I don't believe they've lost a single match. Very common bans we're likely going to see here. Lee Sin, kind of expected. Chaos Reign hoping he's able to get his Rengar. Not likely to happen so long as Purple Team has done their homework, which I hope they would have, considering the rankings of the opposing team. Fiddlesticks going out, very interesting. He's been a very strong competitor this entire scene so far. We've only seen him in a couple matches, but so far he's just been incredibly strong, just like the opposition of Trundle. Two of the strongest picks I think we've seen played so far. So I'm not really that surprised seeing him banned, though I don't really feel like the enemy team would have played him. Twisted Fate being another ban, I feel like that's probably more targeted, though I don't know what the enemy team plays in this case. No less, a very good 1v1er, has very good clearing, consistent mana, obviously bonus gold even at that, so long as he's farming, he'll be able to just in general, so long as he can farm, and even if the enemy team is farming with him, he will source them in gold. Darius being the 4th ban, quite common so far. He hasn't been seen actually as much as we would have hoped for this tournament, even in the moments that he was unbanned, but no less a very strong pickup. His Q damage is reasonably good. It's obviously mainly for the fact that he heals for, I believe, 15% or 30%. In fact, I can't remember. I don't think it was that high, but let's go with 15% of his health. Quite a high amount. Not really the greatest anymore. But still, obviously a dueling nightmare in many matchups. We're actually going to see that an Ezreal ban. This is even more surprising. I'm still, once again, going to have to assume that that's a targeted ban to the enemy team. I have not seen Ezreal played at all this tournament. And we're also seeing Ari. That's a very unusual one. I'm a little surprised by that. That's the first time we've seen her banned. The purple team here clearly does not know who they're going up against. Chaos Reign 77 has a big name for himself that not a lot of people may know, but amongst the League People community, he's fairly acknowledged as the Rengar main of the world. He's not currently ranked as top Rengar of the world, but in the past he has, and for a quite long time he has been as well. We're seeing the Talon lock-in by Cage the Elephant. If you looked at his match history, that is his 2nd most played, and currently his main position, if you follow him at all, in Diamond 3, I believe he's out right now, or Diamond 4 if I'm not mistaken. But Talon mid is his current pick and just place. So he's pretty much getting his strongest and preferred pick right now. Gangplank and Yasuo being hovered on by the purple team. A little interesting. Gangplank is very strong, obviously has a lot of power and potential overall. Yasuo also very strong. That wind wall can be very useful. I'm not really sure how useful that'll be against the Talon, and obviously to anyone who knows Chaos Reign, he's more than likely going to be going for that Rengar, since he is finally going to have the opportunity to play it. But we'll have to see if he actually does go for it. He's obviously very comfortable playing outside of his comfort zone here. We did see him play Tahm Kench a lot, and he has very high views of his power and potential. And we are seeing the hover Tahm Kench right now as Cho'Gath was locked in by the enemy team. A pretty strong pick overall. I was actually hoping we would see him more often, especially against the tankier picks. So I think even if he does pick Tahm Kench, this will make for an interesting game overall with that Cho'Gath in mind. So long as he can keep his mana up consistently, which, to be fair, I don't think that's going to be much of a challenge. He'll probably go for the Rod of Ages Rush, starting with Catalyst the Protector. We are seeing the lock-in from Chaos Reign 77. He's going to go Tahm Kench. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. The great thing about Tahm Kench, disregarding his power and the damage and just how much sustain he has in general with his black shield, and actually it's not black shield, excuse me. I can't remember the correct title. Excuse me on that, everyone. But you know, the gray shield that regens the health after you just allow it not to activate. That combined with the massive amount of health regen he's going to get from the Warmog's armor is going to be incredibly high. And in these 2v2 situations, any trade that goes against him, unless they take him out, is pretty much going to be lackluster once he gets those items. So we'll have to see. And obviously, another big perk is just the fact that he can consume his own ally and then make a run for it, or even go even further and give his ally the movement speed and transportation while being secure, making for great plays and great potential for that Talon to use his E and pop his combo in. You're seeing the 3-minute countdown go, so these are the locked-in summoner spells for each team. Ignite from Talon, not a really big surprise. He has a lot of burst and can, in most cases, be exactly what he needs to finish off an opponent. But we'll have to see how well he's going to be able to burst anyone in this case. The Gangplank obviously has his own self-heal, and while it doesn't necessarily remove the Ignite, it will pretty much heal for the same exact amount as he ranks it up. Towards the later portions of the game, it'll be in roughly, 300 to 500. I can't remember the exact amount. Quite a bit more, but no less. It's usually just popped as a finishing move, and that combined with health regen, maybe the potion, even Summoner Spell heal. There's a lot of factors to understand why that Ignite might not actually be the executing impact in this game. Cho'Gath with that Feast, if he does build AP, will be a big threat. Even building that Rod of Ages and getting the health from his ultimate stacks alone will be a massive factor into this game. We'll have to see who they're going to be able to focus first here. Obviously, Tahm Kench is going to have a much higher effective health than the Talon with his shield in mind. So we'll have to see which one they're going to be able to go for. Overall, the Cho'Gath with his knockup and silence has been he's been played once this tournament. It was very useful, though I don't believe the team won that match. It's something that has a lot of potential. I'm hoping we can see someone with a very high skill level on him. Hopefully, I just have high hopes for this Cho'Gath in general. He has a lot of potential in this matchup, especially if he can predict the Talon E. Gangplank is just Gangplank. There's not much to say about him. He's almost in the same basket here with the Juggernauts overall, with the amount of damage and just strength they have in the last patches. So I don't really have much to say about that pick in general. The ultimate will do very well at maybe even picking off the Talon or disengaging when he pops his ultimate for the stealth, but no telling where that'll go. Once again, there's so much potential overall in both teams. I think this will make for a great matchup, though we have seen no faults from Chaos Reign 77's Tahm Kench so far. And obviously the enemy team, as said before, did not really do their homework. This Talon pick on Cage the Elephant is exactly what he wanted. So we'll have to see what he's going to do with it and how far he'll take it, and if it's going to make the enemy team regret it or not. Because we have seen players beat Diamond matchups already, even in lower rankings as of Gold and Unranked. So we'll have to see. This will make for an interesting match. I'm definitely looking forward to it. We have 20 seconds on the countdown now, so let's just get into it, guys. Loading screen is going underway. You might see a black screen for just a moment. And apparently the game didn't want to connect, so just another small moment. Excuse me. And here we go. Loading screen. The game will start shortly, guys. Hey, nice little mix match of the borders there. Looking at that, that's very just nice, good cosmetics. Haven't seen that yet. There's always that one guy though, one with the ribbon. We are hearing the music go out here from the in-game portion. So we will be getting into this match in just short moments. Short moments. And here we go. Once again, hoping for that Cho'Gath to go for the Catalyst, the Protector on his first buy. It'll just be good in general for the sustain and consistently being able to keep his mana up. Overall, I don't think he's going to be able to make much use out of the passive sustain he can make use of. Potentially, it's obviously a part of his kit, but I don't think it's going to happen. Seeing kind of an interesting start. Looks like he might be going for a Glacial Shroud with that, Sapphire Crystal and the Cloth Armor. Nope, he's actually decided to completely opt out of that. Maybe he heard my call. And yep, there we go. We do see the Catalyst, the Protector, going out from Cho'Gath. The Sheen, also built on the Gangplank. That's a very strong pickup in general. He will be able to get the procs from his Q, as always. And it's just a powerful early game pickup on pretty much anyone. On the enemy team, we do see the Talon picking up the Longsword and Pickaxe. I have had previous foresight that was going to be towards a Last Whisper. However, I was proven wrong, and that more commonly he will actually rush into the Tiamat for the Ravenous Hydra. And as we do see Tahm Kench rushing into pretty much immediate tank stats, the Spectre's Cowl will give pretty good health regen back. It's basically like a free potion from the harassment if he does choose to get hit from the harassment. So it's reasonably good. It's in the sustain matchups here. In any matchup where there's trading involved at all. Lots of barrels. One will connect to the Tahm Kench. Some boring trades going on left and right. There's not really much initiation potential from either team. We are seeing the stacks from Tahm Kench going on to Cho'Gath, and he's going to use his Mark Dash on a minion, hoping it was going to be him. Ping going down. Looks like he wants to initiate very soon. He walks onto a barrel, and he does get the parlay onto himself. In fact, not the barrel, so he'll just come up and lick that. Use the camera, guys. Every single potion so far has been consumed by the Tahm Kench, so this might be a moment for the red team actually to get more of an advantage here. So we're seeing the health relics go down. Obviously, just the biggest anti-trading item or just objectives in this map. A very big problem in general. We do see the Talon just roaming out of the bush. I guess it was a little prepared for the Gangplank to eventually place a barrel, since he was sitting in the bush and wasn't. They did not have vision on him for quite a bit of time there. Rupture from Cho'Gath going to miss. It was reasonably close, and he actually walked through the animation. Lots of damage going onto the Tahm Kench. The Rupture will land. Vorpal Spike's just going to auto attack back onto the Talon. Just not really feeling threatened here. Nice silence from Cho'Gath. The knockup will not land because Talon will use his flash. Nice dodge coming out from the Talon. That would have more than likely been his death, or at least very close. The red team does not have it ignite, so it could have been close. It could have been both ways, really. Level 6 coming out from both teams now. This Cho'Gath actually just using the Feast on the minion. It does get a reduced cooldown, so he's going to get more bonus health from that as well. It's pretty much the smarter route to go, especially while he does have the health advantage here. Talon looking like he wants to go for something. Going to put the Rake onto the Cho'Gath, getting what harass he can, but Cho'Gath's just going to get so much more life, health back from his passive that it's meaningless. Now that they're put in a dominant position, this Cho'Gath is definitely just showing a lot of power and resistance to any of the power that the enemy team could push. We might see an initiation eventually from the Talon, but I don't think he has enough burst for this this Cho'Gath. And as we keep seeing, he's just got such nice range harass. We do see the ultimate from Talon going in. He's just going to straight back out of that as the GP ultimate was nicely placed right on top of them, forcing them to put themselves into a threatening position if they were to initiate. Tahm Kench's just going to regurgitate a minion there. Yeah, it looks like they do need a lunch break right now. How much of a beating they are taking from the enemy team. A nice Gangplank barrel connecting onto both Tahm Kench and Talon. Both of them getting very low. Cho'Gath's his feast is up right now. Tahm Kench doesn't have any damage built up on his shield, so very quickly we could see him go down with some flash moves here. Rupture from Cho'Gath trying to combat that health relic, but the Talon will get it. Feast once again going on to a minion, getting that bonus health. Those stacks are very valuable. Nice Rupture from the Cho'Gath. Will not be enough to kill the Tahm Kench. He doesn't really have any AP, obviously, at this moment. They have no one as... actually, First Blood has still not gone out, so this is just becoming a very tedious game where the red team has the power advantage, but the health relics and all the... pretty much just all these health relics keep denying them any tower diving potential, but we may see it soon, hopefully. I think that's really the best option for the red team at the moment. Talon does have his ultimate up once again, but I still feel like this is going to be their best decision. Go for a kill sooner than later. They continuously are going to be getting this gold advantage here, obviously with the farm. CS difference is widely different, so they're not really losing much by not killing them. But I guess this is really just a matter of when do they want to back. The gold difference in terms of between the two enemies here is not really that wide. Gangplank and Talon almost have the same exact amount. Cho'Gath and Tahm Kench, quite a bit of a difference with the 400 gold difference there, but obviously 2 kills and maybe even the tower would be able to make a massive span in that. Given their current power, the itemizations they have, they really have nothing to fear. And obviously, if Talon backed, maybe got that Ravenous Hydra, even the Last Whisper, whatever he's going to optimize for at the current moment, it could mean a small turn of tides. But I still feel like with the gold advantage and the advantage that red team is pressing, that if they do press for more, they will come out on top in the end. Tahm Kench getting back a lot of health. He is going to put a Mark Dash on a minion, trying to hit the Gangplank. Once again, health relic coming up. Vorpal Spike's going to go down. It will miss as they immediately just back off. It goes over to the Cho'Gath. Quite a boring game. Nothing going on here. All cooldowns are up. All flashes. All ultimates. Actually, the Gangplank ultimate does not appear is up as of yet, but it's just not going to see anything. Cho'Gath has such good disengage for that Talon opening, unless Tahm Kench can just try to rush in, get any damage, any stacks he can to regurgitate one of the enemy team members. Nice harassment from the Gangplank, finally connecting more barrels. They've been doing a good job in the last 5 minutes of avoiding those. Not really going to be much. This is ARAM. There is a health relic up in the back line there, and that will just basically make up for that harassment. We are seeing the stacks go onto the Gangplank. He's going to flash forward, but he will not be able to get the regurgitate. I don't know what happened. There was a small stutter step. It seemed like Tahm Kench is going to regurgitate the Cho'Gath as his shield is popping down with that health regen. Talon going to get incredibly low as the parlay from Gangplank will take the first blood. Cho'Gath barely living with that life, with that last tick of Ignite, not taking it. If we look, he did not actually recently level up either. It was not the health regen coming back from his catalyst either. Obviously, the kill onto the Talon gave him a little bit of a boost from the masteries, and that was absolutely what gave him the security of life there. We are seeing Mark Dash go onto the Cho'Gath. Tahm Kench going in. Cho'Gath is just going to turn around and feast him even after he gets the 3 stacks from the Tahm Kench. Looks like both members of the enemy team are going to suicide on this as Talon is coming very quickly here. The 1 kill from Cho'Gath, figured as much, is going over to the Tahm Kench. May not mean that much, but all gold is something you need to account for in this case, and that would have made the difference of a 4,500 Tahm Kench, excuse me, a 4,700 gold Tahm Kench compared to this 5,100 in that Cho'Gath. The gold difference actually, Cho'Gath actually produced the most gold this game despite not even having the most farm, and Gangplank even having the bonus gold from his Q. That's quite surprising, and I don't believe, and I'm not sure that really adds up if you think about it really. Even the Gangplank on top of the bonus gold he is receiving from his parlay did receive the first blood, so that's a little eluding for me actually. I'm not too sure what to think of that. Perhaps they knew this was going to be such a passive lane and might have opted for some gold per 10 runes. You never know. We are seeing the Last Whisper and the Tiamat finished by the Talon. He has 2 longswords, more than likely going to go straight for that Brutalizer into the Yomo's Ghostblade, as we've seen him build quite a lot. He's going to go in, get a rake onto the Gangplank. Lots of harassment going down with the Q. Cho'Gath actually going to pop an Elixir as well. Pretty smart for these 2v2s. That true damage and mana regen will just be a great attribute to him. Tahm Kench already finishing the Warmog's armor. He looks like he's going to build the Spirit Visage next item. Almost has it complete. He is sitting on, at the moment, 600 gold, so next back he will for a fact be able to have it, or at least very well wait for it. If we examine his health, he does have barely over the 3,000 cap that he needs for the health regen from Warmog's armor out of combat to activate. Tahm Kench no longer has to have any fear about any harassment and trades in this matchup. However, Talon is obviously a still prone target to this. Excuse me, I did change the vision of the fog. It doesn't matter that much here, but there we go. Balanced out once again. My apologies, guys. Gangplank on his last back, finishing that Trinity Force, using the Sheen, fully building into it. Also picking up a BF Sword, quite a strong pickup. I'm assuming he's going to go for a Bloodthirster. That would probably be the smarter pick over Essence Reaver in this matchup here. He's going to get some harassment onto the Tahm Kench once again, but he'll just walk out. And we do see the ultimate going down. He does have the Silver Serpent middle part upgraded, so it will be doing true damage, but they're not going to sit in it. Shields from Tahm Kench going to go down. Regurgitate not going to finish him up, but Talon's going to flash forward, hit him with the E. Talon sitting on a barrel, so it's the same as Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench is going to be able to trade this, however, and the Ignite from Talon being able to finish the kill. Very well done trade there. Cho'Gath actually has not used his Summoner Spell Heal. In these 2v2 matchups, you really need to utilize those long range, long cooldowns in general. There's nothing really that you can do if you get at a heavier advantage and you didn't utilize those earlier on in these team fights. Tahm Kench going to get the suicide as Cho'Gath was approaching. Spirit of Visage and Yomo's Ghostblade being purchased by the Tahm Kench and the Talon. We also see a Bami's Cinder going for that Sunfire Cape. Very smart decision. Tahm Kench is... Oh, no, he's going to back out. I stand corrected. That was a very stupid decision. He might be going for some boots, actually. Yeah, we do see the Ninja Tabai going out. Also a smart pickup in this case. Won't really do much against... there's really not much you can do to counter the execution and true damage of the Cho'Gath Feast, so I feel like that's a smart decision here. Talon actually going to wisely position himself in between the two barrels instead of running, not feeling any fear. Popping the Yomo's Ghostblade, going in, getting a lot of good damage onto the Gangplank. He will finish him off as we see the Tahm Kench ultimate going in behind the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath flashing forward, he will get some distance far enough to get away from the Tahm Kench tongue on the slow. Tahm Kench going to flash over the Cho'Gath. I don't know what that was for. I think it was just a little BM there as he did try to go back onto the Talon. Easy pickup onto the Cho'Gath after that exchange, and just a little carelessness from the Gangplank in the Cho'Gath there, not really paying much mind to that high threat and high damage of this Talon. Now has 4 kills. They will be picking up this first tier turret, actually the second tier, excuse me. I didn't even realize they took out the first one. A lot of good harassment once again coming down from the Gangplank, but they're going to take this inhibitor as the Cho'Gath is not up and one person. Wow, very nice Q connecting. He's going to pop the ultimate. Talon would have died from the middle damage, dealing true damage to him, but Tahm Kench is going to save the day, throwing him into his belly. A little bit of a mixed build from the Cho'Gath. He's got the Regents for a Riley's Crystal Scepter. I'm not sure if that's what he's going to build. The Warden's Mail does throw me off a little bit. That could be going for a Randuin's Omen, and it could be that or, obviously the Riley's. I'm not really sure which direction he's going to go with that, however. Tahm Kench is a powerhouse of damage in himself. All magic damage. Nothing you can really do. Cho'Gath just being bursted between the damage from the Tahm Kench and repositioning it from him as well. Yomo's Ghostblade going to be active from the Talon. It will Gangplank will be able to kite him away, having one of the highest move speeds in the game, and obviously Talon only having tier 1 boots. Super Minions pushing up to the Nexus turrets here. Tahm Kench going to go for a little bit of exchange and will eat him up. Talon is on the way. He will get the E, and they will be able to get that second kill. This looks like this might be the match if they choose to continue to press for it. Cho'Gath is up in 3 seconds, but I don't believe he's going to be able to stop 2 enemy team members. We are seeing the Nexus exposed here as the Rupture does barely miss the Tahm Kench. Silence will connect, but that looks like this is it. No hope for the Cho'Gath. And we do see some playful laughing in there in the end, so. Round 1, over to Chaos Reign 77 and Cage the Elephant. And apparently it's game over. Without a result, it will now exit. Well, game over indeed. Round 2 is going to start immediately here as we see the invite waiting as always. Nice game by both teams there. The advantage was obviously pressed in both teams' favor. These games actually, being round 4 are best of 3s. I have not said that yet, but just to announce, that is correct. These are going to be best of 3s for the round 4 matches here. So we're only seeing 1 match of potentially 5 going down. Best of 5s are definitely the more interesting ones because you get to see the most adapting and how well teams can adapt to the selections of teams and what they're going against and what they're going to do with the bans, because though it's a personal opinion, there really aren't enough bans in the world right now, and I feel like we're going to be seeing repeating picks going down between the pick and ban phase. Disregard that gold 5 that was just there, guys. The room is set without a password, so that will happen. Unfortunately, I have pizza on the way, guys. So if if the stream has to go into a pause, I will pause the shoutcasting and continue. It's just how it is. Have to respect the business over a bot recording for YouTube. If we ever need to re-record it, I think that can happen. And in fact, actually, let me see here. Oh, excuse me. No, that will not be able to happen. At least on my behalf. I was assuming that LOL Recorder or replay.gg would actually save my spectated matches, but it will not, unfortunately. On that note, actually, I will quickly set that up. Set up some form of, hey, look, TSM Master Cool. Let's do this. Chaos Reign 77. Okay, so now I'm going to get replays from Chaos Reign 77. So if you guys have any complaints or actually feel the need to have it re-recorded, if I do have to answer my door from the pizza delivery, we do have the replay system going, and we will be able to re-record this match if is that that high in demand. I apologize, but I was not expecting to shoutcast for this game, so I had ordered pizza previously. Hopefully, it'll be here soon. This was roughly 30 minutes ago, maybe. Yeah, about 30 minutes ago, 35. So, in fact, I'll be right back really quick while I check on that. Alrighty, guys. Excuse me for that. I had to answer my door as I said I was going to check on it. Lee Sin, Twisted Fate, and Cho'Gath being banned out from the enemy team. Lee Sin and Twisted Fate returning bans, and we are finally seeing Tahm Kench being banned from the Chaos Reign 77. Aurelia being locked in. This is his most played character in ranked, although it is not his current main, being Talon. We are seeing Darius being hovered over, previously banned in the last match. So that would be a very strong pickup, and I think that would be also make a very smart pickup against the Aurelia. Talon also being banned on the enemy team here from the blue team. against against the blue team from the purple team, stopping Cage the Elephant from playing his prized pick. They've learned their lesson this time. Saber Nico locking in with the Ezreal, previously banned, but they did opt to ban him over Cho'Gath in the last matchup. I assume they did their homework once again, because he is obviously picking something we have not seen yet just before any time this tournament. So I'm assuming he's going to be very skilled in that pick. So we'll have to see how well he performs. Chaos Ran hovering over the Rengar. I'm not sure if he's going to go for it. He has not yet played him, and he's had, I believe, 2 other opportunities to pick him thus far at this tournament. Just a ticking time bomb, and there we go. Chaos Rain has locked in with his prized Rengar. We'll have to see if the enemy team can hold up against such a strong and well-practiced pick of his. But hey, it looks like they've got their own prize pick as well with that Ezreal. It's also, you can obviously see why that's going to be a possibly potential safe pick against the Rengar if he does get the Essence Flux off at the correct time before the ult lands. But once Rengar gets enough burst, he doesn't need more than just that first auto attack, dealing up to 800 to 1,000 damage just from one alone, and then he has the burst from from Ravenous Hydra, and just so much to completely destroy you, as we all know Rengar does. But that said, when Rengar is coming, it might be a little more obvious and easy to delay because of the Essence Flux in itself, while he can get some good harassment off. And if he does choose to opt for the blue build Ezreal, going for the Iceborne Gauntlet, it can work actually very well into his favor as a disengage. Summoner spells changing in the last moment. It looks like they don't do it until the very last second. I don't believe that's the players themselves doing it. I think it's just the spectate view. We are seeing the Summoner spell heal being changed onto by Saber Nico on Ezreal there. It was Mark Dash previously, and also on Irelia we are seeing the Mark Dash. Interesting pickups overall. If they have good teamwork between that Darius and the Ezreal, I still feel like Chaos Rain's going to possibly focus the Ezreal being the much squishier one, at least in the earlier to the in pretty much all walks of the game. Darius can be very tanky and obviously sustain, but if Purple Team works together really well, that pull of Darius's can actually easily pick off some kills, especially that Rengar. If they just pull him out of a bush and keep him, just try to burst him down effectively. Between trading overall in this match, I have to say Purple Team has the best harass, best sustain, but Irelia is just going to be a powerhouse. More than that Rengar, I believe. Just to mess with here. She's going to have so much sustain from her W, hitting minions, so much play potential with the Q, going into low health minions as well, and obviously the E lockdown combo with Chaos Rain's fully ferocity stacked Bola can be a very powerful move as well, being that he usually does max that. Given the combination of Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain, they commonly duo queue together, so just a very threatening and well-coordinated team, and I'm not sure how well-coordinated the opposing team is, because we do have some solo members joining this tournament this time around who have just been paired with random team members. But they've made it this far, so we'll have to see how much farther they can make it, because they've obviously proven themselves to have the potential to go on. One minute remaining until the champion select goes underway, guys. I'm just going to mute my mic for just a moment, but we'll be right back as soon as this ends. The game is starting, everyone, and we are about to see the action begin. Tell us in the Twitch chat, if you are watching at the moment, who you think is going to win between Cage the Elephant on Irelia, Chaos Rain on Rengar, versus Abel's crew playing Darius and Saberneko. I'm not an anime person, though I know that's a more commonly used anime name. On Ezreal. We are seeing the first buys go out. Rengar and Irelia have left the base, picking up the Sheen and the Pickaxe Longsword. Once again going for the Ravenous Hydra and usually the Tiamat First Rush, not really completing the item. We are seeing something we've usually outlawed quite a bit in this tournament so far. The Tear of the Goddess going down from Ezreal. I think this is a more appropriate person more than others to pick it up, though it does somewhat gimp his early game damage and harassment. In light of that, obviously, he will be able to consistently get mana back from the health relics while he is consistently stacking up to get more mana from the tier. So overall, I think it's a very appropriate person to get it. He will be able to consistently be able to harass, and it's only going to get stronger if he does finish it. And no surprise here, Phage going down from the Darius, more than likely going to be seeing the first item, Black Cleaver. Just not really a terrible item to pick up, but I'm sure he's picking that because he realizes that the Irelia tends to go more tanky, but in these 2v2 situations, I don't know if that's going to be the case. Rengar jumping out of the bush, getting the fully stacked Bola Strike onto the Darius. Irelia going to turn, but the Ignite and Summer Spell Heal is going to save him. It looks like the Elastic Ignite will not kill the Darius. Very closely played there. I feel like, though it was well done, we do see the Mark Dash going on to Rengar, but it is the Darius who threw that out, in fact. So he's not going to go in with that low of health. Excuse me. Very low health there all around. Bola going to land from the Rengar. Irelia is just going to Q and charge her W into him and finish the go for the finishing blow for the first blood. Fully stacked. Bola Strike once again. It's so hard not to call that Ebola Strike. What has the internet done to me? But he, very well done. The damage from Bola Strike is very underestimated overall, and Chaos Rain has done great justice in solo queue and in this tournament so far of showing people that that is the case. I rarely go into EQ or QE actually onto the Darius, get the stun, but they're not going to initiate from it. A little surprised we're not seeing more harassment going down from the Ezreal, but he obviously, as you can see, is trying to put his focus more into the farm and CSing. Definitely a crucial factor in these the ARAM matchups here in Howling Abyss, but I'm not sure if that's really going to be the wise investment overall. I think this is something we've seen a lot. We do see the Irelia connecting the Mark Dash, but she will immediately back out as she sees the enemy team, both of them at full health. What we've seen a lot in these 2v2 matchups, and it's nearly been consistent in every single match, in fact, is just everyone focuses on farming. And I think farm is very important, something you should definitely focus on. You can easily lose matches if you get out-farmed and don't pay attention to it. However, I believe like putting your full focus into it and avoid, not going for the kills is entirely what loses people these matchups. People who get the first kill, the first double kills, the first ace even, the second one, even at that, seems to be more important. It's usually the one where you're pushing the tower. It's just these simple advantages and simple opportunities are what people tend to ignore from just focusing on the farm. And I feel like that's what Red Team here needs to kind of focus more on. Obviously, being the whole point I'm making, not necessarily focusing on the farm. We are seeing the Mark Dash go down. It's going to hit a minion. She's really going to pop her ultimate, get some sustain back. Rengar actually popping his ultimate as well, getting the vision. He's going to jump onto the Ezreal. He's going to get pulled by the Darius. A lot of good damage coming down, but not going to be enough. There is no Ignite just yet on Rengar, or else that might have been the kill. Darius going to put the Mark Dash into the bush. He'll hit his Q. Very nicely done, actually. That was smart after he did have vision on them. It was just free health waiting to come straight to him. So blue team will walk away out of that. Darius' ultimate has not yet been seen used, though it's definitely getting to an opportune time. He is going to get the pull onto Irelia, however, she will quickly react with the E-stun and walk away before he has even the chance to use that guillotine. Double bullet strike going for some harassment from the Rengar, but he is going to walk right into a health relic to recover from both strikes. Ultimate from Ezreal going down. It's not going to be enough to kill her, but we do see the Mark Dash connect onto the Irelia. Darius will connect and pop the ultimate. Very nicely done. The Q range was actually going to miss there as the Rengar was still melee range. It was too close. But Darius will, in the end, get both kills with the bleed from his passive, taking the kill after Ezreal got a nice Q onto the Rengar. Ezreal going to finish off this tower. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to finish it and also suicide here, so he's going to have to make a commitment. Irelia is approaching it, and now he is going under the tower. The Mark Dash is going to connect. A little bit too late, just a little bit too late with everything he did there. He actually got nothing from that, so effectively they just gave a kill over for free to the enemy team. Should have been paid a little more attention to those death hammers. There's only 2 of them in this matchup here, and yeah, just not much more to say there. Darius coming back to lane with the Black Cleaver. Will be a little bit of damage coming from him. He already has built-in, obviously, armor pen on his E. He's going to get a nice pull and some tower damage going over to the Irelia. A 3rd strike going over to her, in fact. Very nice trade and very nicely done. Ultimate from Ezreal going down. Q damage from Darius not going to be enough, but we do see him get a pull onto the Rengar. He will use his W to get the heal. Lots of damage coming down. Mark Dash is going onto the Darius, but the Rengar will go down. Reasonable power spike for this Ezreal. Sheen is not, an incredibly big feat, but the amount of bonus damage that it's going to apply, especially on long-range abilities combined with that Q, is just very unruly. The harassment that the blue team is about to take is going to be very strong, and that's just something that they need to keep in mind. Unfortunately, we did see, I'd rather hear in that last moment before the Rengar died, his ultimate was consumed, so they will not be able to return with a gank onto either targets. Irelia, to no surprise, building her core item, as we can assume, with that Sheen and Phage going straight for the Trinity Force. She does have Cloth Armor built already. I'm assuming that's going to be going for the Ninja Tally. Some decent trades here, just, a bunch of dancing around here from the Irelia, getting as much farm as she can. The Ezreal is just constantly poking with that Q, and that's really what I've expected from this. Can really be overwhelming, and if he can land enough of them. True Strap Barrage going down onto Irelia. She's really caught out of position here. Going to pop her ultimate for some sustain, trying to run away from the Darius. The stacked Bullet Strike will land, stunning the Darius, and nice return once again, stunning him as soon as the Mark Dash connects. Very good reaction time by the Irelia. Another Q landing on the Irelia. One more could mean her death. True Strap Barrage is not going to be up anytime soon, but if he lands more Qs, that'll just only increase the rate of death and possibility of killing her with the snipe. Second turret going down for the red team here. This has gone very quickly. This is 9 minutes into the game. I don't think we've... I think this is actually almost like a flashback replay of just, role reversal here of what the enemy team just did last game. Rengar going to pop in with the ultimate. He will hit the stun onto the Darius. I think he meant for that to go onto Ezreal, but they were too closely together. Darius will finish off the Rengar with his Q. Darius being very healthy right now, just going to focus on the inhibitor. Very smart and wise decision here. He can continue to push if this Irelia does not choose to go for him. But it looks like Irelia might actually go for a proxy farm if she chooses to. Nope, actually she's going to go for the reset. She does stop the waves for a short moment, but we do see Darius pushing here, getting some decent damage with the auto attack reset onto the tower. Rengar going to spawn and come here for the defense of the tower. Ezreal has finished his Muramana, and looks like he's going to go for that Iceborne Gauntlet as predicted. Very nice decision and good just offense in this build in general. Ignite going down from Rengar onto the Darius. True Shot Barrage will hit the Rengar, but it's not going to be enough damage. Ezreal is about halfway on the map. He's not quite here to defend anything, but lots of healing going down from Rengar using the fully stacked W. Trinity Force on that last back also being picked up by the Irelia, so we might be seeing some closer trades here. These items do play the biggest part, in my opinion, in these 2v2 matchups, especially when you have two respecting opponents and their power and that are also just very powerful. It's not like we have two lackluster roles picked. We're not seeing, you know, Rengar trying to go in from the bush. We'll look at the stun onto the Ezreal, forcing the flash as I really was going to approach, and that might have been his death. That was very quickly. He was very quick to flash there. But we're not seeing two redundant lanes here. It's not like we're looking at a. I'm gonna try not to think of a matchup that would be insulted, like you hate Poppy or what. The pull will miss from the Darius as he's trying to push the wave with his Q. They do have a super minion pushing with them, so blue team needs to really be careful about this defense. Those two super minions can do a lot of damage in themselves, and these trades pretty much are at this point in the red team's favor. True Shot Barrage is going to connect to the Rengar. He might just use that fully stacked the stacks on his heal at the moment, but yeah, he did wait quite a bit there, but we do see it finally going out. Just constant auto attacks going on to that Nexus turret. There's not much that you can really do. Trying to stop the super minion there, but Ezreal at a range, I'm sure we'll be able to take that out on his next approach very easily, especially with the Sheen. And we are seeing the Rengar ultimate being popped, trying to go into the defense of the tower, knowing that they were going to take it next. He's being focused down by the Darius as he's tanking tower shots, actually. The Q will finish off. However, Irelia is in a very healthy state and is going to attack the Darius. Summoner Spell heal being popped. The trade is nowhere near his level right now. Irelia might fear that he has his ultimate, but very unwisely, he does not have it. The bleed is almost going to be enough, but Irelia is going to get some auto attacks in, sustaining from the activated W, barely being able to make it out of that fight alive. One of the few times in this entire tournament we've seen opponents very much respecting their other opponents, and in this case he did actually respect him enough that it actually hurt him in a way. Ultimate going down from Irelia, only going to get hit. He's actually going to hit two of them. Pull from Darius will not be enough, barely missing. True Shot Barrage is going to miss the Irelia. That was shots from very far away. Very nicely done. He did have to sacrifice a tower from that, but they did pick up the kill, and that might have been enough for the defense, as this Rengar is not doing a very amazing job of matching up against the Darius here. Iceborne Gauntlet is finished by the Ezreal. He looks like he's just sitting back and yeah, just showing us some moves. Let's have some fun here. Pulling out the Haruhi dance. Rengar going to pop his ultimate, looking for a kill. Maybe this is exactly why the Ezreal is actually waiting here. That's actually, I didn't quite think about that, but very wise decision, realizing he's alone and he doesn't want to get caught out. They have so much die potential, even though he does have his E, and Rengar is a burst nightmare. So that's actually a very wise decision. This is one of the better matches we've seen so far. Both opponents respecting each other and their picks very well. Rengar going to go in, popping almost Ghost Blade. He's going to get some decent damage, but he's going to get pulled back from the Darius. Flash actually going to show two little images of the Rengar, a little interesting there. Irelia going to land a Mark Dash onto the Ezreal. She will get the kill. Actually, no, it took a little bit there, but she is going to get the kill onto the Ezreal. Darius popping the Q, and she will get the E onto him as the bleed is not going to be enough. She walks straight into the health relic. Very nice escape. Blue team making a nice return from these last fights being lost. Darius does have his ultimate, so hopefully they will respect this just as much as they previously were. A double kill could never be any easier right now. Darius on his previous back did pick up a Sterix Gauge. It's going to be a strong item. Stun going down from Irelia. Rengar going to pop onto him. The stun combination trying to be enough, but not quite going to be there. Rengar almost, actually, he wow, Darius does trade for 2 for 1 there, trading his life for both deaths. Very close trade, but this Darius is just so healthy between the Sterix Cage, the 400 health from the Black Cleaver, and even now he just, I believe, purchased, excuse me, the Giant's Belt. We're seeing Deadman's Plate being picked up by the Aurelia. I think that's quite a smart decision, especially in a situation where they are just pretty much stuck defending. They need the speed. They need to constantly chase people down, and obviously it's just going to add to the burst of whenever they do decide to initiate. But at the same time, now that they're stuck just auto-attacking minions, it's going to be very hard to get that to fully stack unless they push the waves forward and pretty much just go in whenever they can. But they have to make the decision of going in or continuing to defend, and if they choose to defend, obviously the enemy team can do the exact same. They can go in on them while that advantage is completely wasted. That's not available. Mark Dash scouting the bush from the Darius. We do see Rengar actually hiding in the other bush with his ferocity fully stacked. Ultimate is going to go down. He pops the almost Ghost Blade immediately. He looks like he's just going to go for the Darius, popping the stun. True Shot Barrage is going to land. This is not going favorably into the blue team's favor, though Irelia does wisely choose to retarget onto the Ezreal, but not going to be enough. Rengar jumping from the bush, getting a lot of good damage onto the Ezreal. He's going to flash and close in distance, but he will be able to get a kill eventually. Both of them going down. Irelia trying to do some sword dancing there, but will eventually go down to the power of Darius. And as blue team and red team both point out, we are seeing the surrender vote go down, and that is round 2 to the red team. Very nicely played from both teams. I definitely have to I'm going to enjoy these final matches, and I hope the viewers here are enjoying these final matches more than the previous ones. There's so much more counterplay, so much more going on, and we are seeing the champion select going underway. We're going to see Darius being the first banned from the blue team. Not going to let that happen. The Juggernaut buffs are just too strong, and obviously they saw in that matchup after he got tanky, there was just nothing they could do. He was just a brick wall pulling the enemy team to safety for his Ezreal. Tomcan's going to be the second ban. No surprise there. Still a very strong pick. It pretty much played the same role as that Darius did that game, in fact. So we're going to see the Ezreal pit ban going out once again. Blue team feeling like they could take it on, but no siree. They lost between the whole match. It was obviously a very good just combination between Darius and the Ezreal. So much safety involved from the tankiness of the Darius, but Ezreal was definitely one of the bigger harassments, and definitely posed a bigger flaw, I feel. Or maybe even they were equally just as bad at the end of that. Twisted Fate also being banned out. I feel like that's another targeted ban. We're just going to assume so at this point. Volibear being banned out, kind of interesting. I haven't seen Chaos Rain or Cage the Elephant play him at all, but he is definitely a strong champion. So I'm not really don't really have too many bad things to say about that. Talon finally going out for the last ban, and purple team, excuse me, which is really red team, but they need to update that sooner than later. Not going to ban out the Rengar. So we're going to see once again Irelia being picked up by Cage the Elephant. I hope we're not. I don't know what we're going to see from Chaos Rain here. He does have his top catch pick banned out. Rengar is still one of his favorite picks, but this is going to be forcing the red team into playing different roles. They don't have either of the picks that they had last game, so that we might be just seeing the Rengar having to add more added confidence with those 2 picks removed. Vayne being locked in by Saber Nico. Very interesting pick. I feel like she's got a lot of potential to live and to die in this case. Very interesting. I don't know if Chaos Rain's going to go with the Singed pick, but it is being hovered over. I have not yet seen him play Singed or really heard of him playing Singed, but he is a very tanky, just unstoppable force that just runs up to you, tosses you, and can be very powerful, of course, against the Vayne. I don't know how well good of a pick that will be, you know, including the Garen. You know, there's a lot of true damage on the enemy team, so going for a tank rather than someone who can possibly execute, deal a lot more true damage themselves, or just split hybrid damage would feel like a much more threatening decision. But Singed, if he does get fed and if he does get a lead, can obviously be very threatening and pretty much do what the Darius did last game and what we see with the Tahm Kench and you know, basically every single tanky role known to man, where they just walk around and you can't stop them. We do see the lock-in go down as time has expired, so the Singed on Chaos Rain will go through. This will be very interesting. I'm not sure how skilled he is in that matchup, but the Mark Dash in ARAM obviously does add a lot of power and potential to that if it does land. But overall, I was actually kind of hoping he would go for the Rengar once again. Against Vayne, it would be a little difficult after he did use his ultimate and jump on her, but if he was able to combo her, her ultimate for the stealth would be completely useless if she did use it in that moment. I don't know, just a little foresight, I guess. I'm interested in seeing Sinch, though. We have not seen him yet played at all. The Ghost is actually a very powerful summoner spell that people tend to underestimate a lot. Vayne is only going to get the movement speed when she's running towards her opponent, so maybe in chase situation she might maybe be able to catch up. She might have to blow that summoner spell heal for some bonus movement speed if she is trying to get those silver bolts off. But when Chaos Rain is going to chase for her, I think he will be able to catch her in pretty much any scenario, so long as he does have that up. We're seeing the summoner spells locked in here, nothing changing whatsoever, and we have 3 minutes left to till Game 3 begins. 1-1 for both for the match status right now. Next match will not decide the winner. It is best of 3, so you know, there's still more to come, guys. But pretty interesting stuff here. I think the Irelia pick is definitely smart to continue with. He did pick that blindly as the first pick, but I still think that works pretty well into his favor with the true damage he's going to receive, and pretty much just in general how well she can trade and how much utility she can have with that stun as well against any target that tries to trade with her. So I definitely think there's a lot of potential in the blue team here to still continue and win, push through this fight, depending on how, even disregarding the questionable performance that Chaos Rain's going to bring in here. We'll have to see what cards he can play. I'm not really sure what to think of the Sinch pick overall. Still, it can be a little lackluster, especially in trading against multiple targets, unless he is constantly roaming around, because the gas can still be just selected and placed in one single path of an enemy, and the other one can just free roam up to them or the other enemy.
Oh, some came in the mail today. These nuts. Got him. Got him. These nuts.
And we are seeing the game beginning now, everyone. To no surprise, Sheen being picked up by the Irelia once again. Pretty interesting picks overall on the red team's part here. Those are reasonably lackluster in my opinion. We're also seeing the Tear of the Goddess going out from the Singed. Definitely a excuse me, everyone. Definitely a good pickup. One of the champions who actually does really benefit from him well, as he can constantly keep up his Q and just, obviously he's already building up the stacks now. Trying to make good use of it, building it up when he can and saving mana when he can as well. Gotta say that is definitely the best Singed skin. But I say lackluster on the picks of the red team, mainly because of early game presence. The Garen having the boots is pretty much the most powerful thing in those builds overall, in my opinion. Obviously, that Vampiric Scepter on the Vayne is more than likely going to be going into a Blade of the Rune King, and will have a lot of power and potential once it is built. But as said, it's just for these early game levels. I feel like those buys on the red team are probably going to be the biggest part of why they're more than likely going to give up first blood, and that's just my prediction. A Vayne with no boots versus a Singed who can toss and an Irelia who can stun is just not a fun time. Mark is going to land onto the Vayne. Doesn't look like he's going to connect it. It's just a little dangerous in this situation given that the Singed is reasonably low on health. Singed going to connect his Mark Dash. He will get the toss onto the Garen, but disregarding that the silence was put onto him, it was not in range, skimming just the outline of the turret's range there. Very close, but not quite enough. Mark landing onto the Singed, but no, we're not going to see any tower dives here on this early part of the game, so yeah, basically just got hit with that 40 true damage. Singed still stacking up that Tear of the Goddess. He's at 115 stacks right now. That's a pretty good rate overall. Hopefully he'll have it finished by the 10 to 15 minute mark and be able to finish that up into Henry's Torment. I'm sure he'll build it into oh, Devastating Landry's. Yeah, yeah, that's right, isn't it? No, excuse me, Seraph's Embrace. You know, the, I'm totally out of my knowledge right now. Excuse me, everyone. But, hopefully he'll be able to upgrade it into, the stacking part of the item that gives him the AP. Definitely one of the highest, AP items in the game, just, apart from the death cap. Alongside the fact that it does give him that shield that'll have a lot of power and potential, especially through the true damage and the ultimate of the Garen. Blue team getting very low here. We're going to see the level 6 coming out from the red team as well.
You know, level 6 exchange from both teams, so we're going to see the sustain from Irelia hitting the minions coming out. Very wise decision. It's on a reasonably low cooldown, so just need to use it whenever you can, especially to avoid that Garen death. Well, I'm not really too sure. I thought Garen. Why doesn't Garen have a villain right now? Is there something I'm missing behind that? But yeah, whenever he does get a villain, if he does in ARAM, I'm not sure if this is a bug or just something that's not updated for the map or whatever. If he does get a villain, that's going to be a big threat on top of the fact that the ultimate, you know, obviously does true damage and magic damage on top of that. So. Mark Dash going to land onto the Vayne. Very nice toss from the Singed. Ultimate is going to go down from the Vayne, but the auto attacks from the Irelia will be enough to finish. Ultimate from Garen going to go onto the Irelia. Not going to be enough to kill him though. Singed just roaming in with that ultimate movement speed and the Ghost active already. He's going to toss him behind, take that health relic. Singed chasing under the turret. He does get the slow. He is going to toss him for the final blow, but he will go down to the tower. Okay, I stand corrected, everyone. I wasn't aware. I was just thought Garen just got a random villain targeted, just a part of getting his ultimate, but I was mistaken, and he does get that just when an ally dies. Phage and Cloth Armor going for that Trinity Force and Ninja Tabi once again on Irelia. He does pick up an Oracle's Extract, in fact, on that last back as well. He did a very good job of getting the Vayne after she popped her ultimate and following up with her movements, but it could obviously end very badly and much different than that if they did not have her already previously low. Singed building the Ninja Tabi as well. Pretty wise decision, just upgrading the boots in general at an early level are very synergetic. We're going to see the toss from Singed. E from Irelia is only going to slow. She did not have less health. Q from Irelia to connect to the Vayne after taking a lot of damage, so they will pick up another kill. Very nicely done, and as said in the Champion Select, this is just what the power of Mark Dash can do if you don't try to, you know, if you're going to underestimate the power of someone in a snowball fight here, especially the one with the Snowdown Showdown skin. Pings going out from the red team, suspecting that Irelia was in that bush. However, she was not, and she shows her presence as the Garen was actually just about to check. Vayne does have her ultimate along with the Garen. That'll be a lot of damage coming down onto the Irelia if they can get in range. But reasonably good defense here, because as soon as they connect, even if they connect to the mark right now, Singed just tosses the target and they just start to wail on whoever they want. So it's actually working out pretty well for them. Condemn from Vayne. I don't really know what that did actually, because as you can see, the poison trail still continued. More just like a fast track there. 300 stacks on the tier that got us from the Singed at the moment. Irelia going to E. Ian actually will get the Q onto the Garen. He's going to spin around here. Vayne going to get tossed from the Singed into the slow. She's walking straight through it. She pops her ultimate a little bit late there, not going to get anywhere away when she needed to. And also on the fact, the Oracle's Extract was used in that moment from the Irelia, but he will get hit with the ultimate from the Garen, taking kill as he just rushes out with the Q movement speed. Singed looking like he really wants to go in onto this Garen while he actually was starting to get his passive regen starting, so he really wanted to interrupt it at that point, and definitely was encouraged to toss him at that after seeing that. He did get the health relic after the run out, so I'd say that's a pretty good trade. Ghost and Mark Dash up from Singed, so we might see another just very quick initiation onto the Vayne. She did pick up Blade of the Rune King, which will do her very good justice against the Singed here, and the movement speed from his Ghost and his ultimate, but it won't be enough, stolen movement speed to keep her alive. In my opinion, the ratio is just not enough. Irelia on her last back. Just to note, she did finish that Trinity Force, which will be a great addition for these next coming kills. Almost going to initiate there, but the Singed was kind of falling back, going for those health relics instead. Really going to pop the ultimate, going in onto the Vayne. There is no Oracle's extract this time around, so she is going to get some distance, and she's going to actually queue in onto the Vayne, but the ultimate from Garen will finish her off very quickly. Nice turnaround from the red team here. One more auto attack, and the Garen does secure the second kill. A little bit of a misplay overall from the blue team. If they did have that Oracle's extract, I feel like they could have easily won that fight. Maybe they would have been able to turn the fight, or at least get the one kill. There's not really much you can do about the massive amount of true damage that Garen is able to do to one of the targets, but coming out on top of the fight regardless is coming out on top. And we do see Vayne actually doing a very nice job, very well timed, taking out the turret and dying. He's definitely redeemed himself from earlier where he actually died and did not get the turret at all, and gave over for a kill. Chaos Rain picking up that Rylai's Crystal Scepter on his previous back, and we do see, once again, Irelia picking up the Oracle's Extract. Very wise. They definitely need it in these team fights. But at the moment, Garen is the one who is 5-2. I do believe Vayne does have a lot of power, and there's not really much to really underestimate about her at this moment, even though she is 0-4. But if they're going to get anything out of these fights and being able to take out one target, they obviously can't really just focus onto this Garen, ignoring the true damage and silver procs of the Vayne. So they definitely need that Oracle's Extract if they're going to take out one target so they can focus the other, but still, not much they can do. This Garen is only going to get stronger and stronger right now. He has a Black Claver and Swiftness Boots, and it might be going for a Dead Man's Plate or many actual items with that Giant's Belt, but you know, there's just not much they can really do at the moment. The Garen is very healthy right now, and this is getting a little bit out of control at the rate that it's going. Dash going to land onto the Irelia. Garen will go in. Nice stun from Irelia once again. Very good reaction time as always. Singed going to get the Mark Dash onto the Vayne. However, the Elixir is popped. I don't know if she just got out of range, but Singed is just following behind, auto attack and get the poisoning on her. Irelia will barely live through the ultimate, but unfortunately will die after from one auto attack. This is pretty much the trades we're seeing and expecting at this point. Singed still following suit, going for the Garen. He does get the toss and is just going to throw him into some gas as he farms some minions. But Garen's going to turn around as well, trading even harder. The Mark Dash will connect. We might see, we're not going to see the Q or the E following him. Singed is just too fast at the moment, even without the Ghost. Singed is going to connect the Mark Dash. He will toss him. However, Garen is just really healthy right now. This is just how the game's been going. Vayne is up at the moment, so this Singed really needs to go for some kind of play very quickly here, or else he might be in trouble. Silence from Garen going out, and he is actually going to toss him out of the direction of the gas, so he won't be able to finish him, although I don't believe that would have been enough damage in the end, ultimately, anyways. Irelia going to come in, pick up the kill on Garen, a little bit underestimated. Nice Mark Dash onto the Vayne. She does not have an elixir right now. You lose that upon death. Vayne going to walk into the health relic as Irelia is trading a large amount of health on sustain here, using that ultimate very wisely, hitting every single one of them in a very well done trade from the Irelia. Blue team making a nice return here, actually making great use of the lack of the Garen in the fight there. He was stuck at low health because of the fact that he didn't die and that the Singed was constantly just being an annoyance in there. So maybe that actually was a more strategic just dance around the map there with him in the first place. Irelia going to go down, missing the Mark Dash, so she will obviously not be able to take out the turret, but getting the suicide there for the items. She does buy a Frozen Heart on that last back, and that's a very strong item that they definitely needed for this matchup. Singed looking like he's going to go for a Dead Man's Plate with that next build. He has 567 Tears of the Goddess stacks right now. Slowly getting up there. He's really close. It shouldn't be too much longer. We do see a toss into the silence there from the Singed. It's really not going to be much for the Garen, though. He definitely loses that trade. Oracle's Extract once again going down. It's really unfortunate that it's such a gimp for the blue team here. They're forced to buy that if they want to win these fights, but it's, because of that, it definitely puts them behind in the gold because they're having to put 250 gold every life into that item. Garen going to get the silence onto the Singed. Irelia actually going to Q connect onto 2 minions straight to the Vayne. She will turn around. In fact, focusing on this Garen, she does have enough armor and is confident enough to try to take him out as they're starting to focus onto him. Mark Dash is not going to connect as we see them all just dancing around with the disengage. The power spike here, or rather power, unspiking by the blue team with their items at the moment is definitely showing itself, as this Irelia and her true damage from her W and sustain combined are definitely showing a lot of potential to start to begin winning these team fights. Garen trying to initiate, getting a lot of good auto attacks in back from the Irelia there. He's going to flash forward, maybe looking for the ultimate. He does get the ultimate off, and she was the villain, so very unfortunate, and that's why Garen is actually being a very strong pick in this matchup. There's only 2 targets to go for, and obviously they're not across the map in 2 different lanes, so he's always got that true damage almost every single time for the ultimate, so long as he chooses his target wisely. Singed going to get tower dived by both members of the enemy team here. Vayne just both kills will go over to the Singed if they don't back out of this. I think they're aware of this, but well, that's a questionable decision. That's a lot of gold that they did not have to give up at all. I know they would not have gotten their health back if they didn't back at that point. Now Irelia was on her way, but I still feel like that's a bit of a questionable decision that can come back and bite them. Deadman's Plate going out by the Singed and the Garen. Both good pickups for both champions here. We're seeing Irelia getting a lot of auto attacks onto this tower as both enemy team members are still dead. Because of that death where they didn't even get the tower, they are going to lose the tower in return, and that's a very big payoff for this blue team here. Pings going down from the blue team. Not really sure what's going to happen here. Nice Mark Dash. It will barely connect onto the Vayne. Irelia is following pretty shortly behind here. She does pop the elixir. It does get vision of the stealth Vayne there. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to live through this. We do see the ultimate villain on this Singed for a change, not Irelia. Singed is going to get some decent damage onto him, but he's actually the healthier one of the 2 here. Irelia starts to auto attack onto the inhibitor as they actually decide to back out and might look for a re-engage. Garen getting very low on health here. He's not going to be able to defend this inhibitor at this rate. He might actually give up his life as Irelia, actually the ultimate is going to turn on to Singed. Very unfortunate. He should have respected that more. The true damage from Garen's ultimate is incredibly high. And that Singed definitely, I don't know if he had a death wish for himself there, but definitely underestimated or lost the attention of the fact that he was in fact the villain, or else he might have been able to survive it. Flash forward by the Irelia going onto the Vayne. The Mark Dash is revealing her even if she did have her ultimate, and she will get the kill and start attacking the next turrets. More than likely is going to give up the kill to the Vayne here from the reset, but a lot of lifesteal is actually that almost sustained her long enough, I would think there, but it does go over to the Vayne, and once again doing the same strategy of dying for that full health effect before they can give up another kill to the other teammate that would defend, of course. Garen waiting in base for his ally there. Not really sure why he's doing that. He could be getting those minions. very shortly we're going to see that tier fully stacked. Right now, 743 exactly in very short seconds we're going to see it fully stacked. Not that he's going to have the item completed or anything to build it into, and it actually doesn't look like he's going to build it right at the moment. Unless he gets enough gold on his next back, which we have to be honest here, I don't think he's going to. The next back will more than likely be the end unless they lose that team fight, so the gold influx is obviously not going to be in their favor if they do. But no less, the item has definitely served him well. He's got 750 bonus mana right now, so he can constantly just walk around with that Q active. Steric's Gauge going out onto the Garen, very smart item. Overall, I don't know how much it's just going to be more, more health for the tank gods here. Not really going to be doing a huge amount for his damage. He doesn't really need much to say. Now, I really going to Q in, and it's going to get turned on slightly by the Garen and some auto attack from the Vayne. Nice toss from the Singe. They do actually have an elixir, but the Aurelia is going to disengage. They can't fight this under 2 towers. Ultimate is going to go down onto the Aurelia. The true damage is barely enough. So nice calculation from the Garen, getting the kill. Aurelia a little confused by that damage from the Garen. He's actually got his regen popping from his passive right now. Thinking about it, I'm a little surprised that this, given the AD and aggressive styling of Chaos Rain, I'm a little surprised that he didn't consider going for nice toss from the Singe, actually getting the poison onto Vayne. I don't think she's going to die from this, but a very nicely done trade there. He's going to try to walk around, but she's actually going to juke and just do some nice kiting as he does walk straight through her again. The lifesteal is not going to be enough as the ultimate is not yet up from Garen, but he does become the villain at very low health in killable range, or health range, rather. Ultimate from Garen going to come up in just seconds right now. Singe might not be expecting this, but he could turn and just pick up a kill if he can get in range. Singe just going to turn around, realizing that might be the case now. And super minions there sitting onto the Garen. Now, Aurelia surely can take this alone. Singe is just going to proxy farm the rest of the minions and prepare the Nexus for the beating. Nice juke with that Mark Dash. Not really going to get back anywhere. He's actually just going to repeat his pattern right back into the base. I feel like I really could have queued a long time ago, but she's just not going to. I'm not really totally sure why in this case, but she's going to get some nice lifesteal or sustainment and true damage from those auto attacks from the W being active again. And looks like she will be able to. Garen popping his ultimate very unwisely. He could have used that on his next back. I don't know if he thinks that that's going to be the game, but getting that last-ditch effort of damage, obviously, as you just see right there, she's just going to pick up some health relics, and it's not really going to do anything for them, even though it could have been more, less health that the Vayne had to have taken out in the if she was forced to fight. Nice flip from the Singe. She's getting very low, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. The Vayne does get away as the elixirs are no longer active on the blue team. This looks like it could go very quickly to an end. Auto attacks. The first Nexus start going down. The second one going down too. Mark Dash is not on anyone. We actually do see the elixir. My mistake. The particle was being blocked earlier, but they did have that against the Vayne. Her ultimate's not going to be up for another 30 seconds right now, but we are seeing the Garen ultimate coming up very shortly. Ultimate from Singe is not up at the moment, but it does have his Ghost and that Mark Dash. That's all he needs. He doesn't even really need the Ghost to make a play, so long as he can land the flip on the enemy team. He does go in range. He does pop the Ghost going in towards that Vayne. The elixir is still popped. She does get a nice condemn, very nicely done into the bush. Aurelia going to get stunned, but it's not going to be enough. Garen is trying to go forward. He actually ulted the Aurelia, I believe. I couldn't quite tell what happened there, but it was not enough to kill the Singe. It might have been a little early, if that. Garen is going to try to trade with the Aurelia. She's going to hit him with a slow from her E, but he's just auto attacks. This is a one utilified as if it were anything else. The Nexus is exposed at the moment, so Singed could, or actually no, the inhibitor did respawn, but Nexus is still exposed, no towers up, so after they take that inhibitor, that could be the end of the game. Vayne going to be up in 10 seconds, so we do finally see the kill go over to the Aurelia. very low health for both blue team members here, but it looks like they still can end the game. She does have a lot of critical strike and actually put the Black Cleaver for some movement speed and mobility, but that's not going to do anything against the fling there into the wall. She does get one kill onto the Singed and almost another. The E from Irelia stunning her is actually going to be just enough to get her, and that will be the end of round 2. 2-1. 2 victories so far for Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain. We do have one more potential match, or up to 5, obviously, of course, depending on who will win the next match. This could be the end of this round, deciding who goes to the final match for first and second place, and who, by default, loses and goes to third. Peter, just a moment. I'll give you the password of the LP account just after I get it.
What's 9 plus 10? 21. You stupid. What's 9 plus 10?
There you go. Bans going out. We're seeing the Darius Ezreal once again, and Volibear and Tahm Kench. Like I was saying before at the end of the match, I'm a little surprised he didn't go for the Tahm Kench, or why he hasn't considered Garen. They're very similar in playstyle in terms of large amount of health regen going down, and obviously Garen pretty much has that built-in Warmog, so maybe not as powerful as the Tahm Kench, but definitely has a lot of potential and, you know, different mechanics. But I don't know, I still see them similar in fashion, especially being tanky while still doing a lot of damage. Final bans going out being Twisted Fate, another targeted ban, and Rengar going out. The Rengar was not even banned last game and they didn't play him, but maybe just suspecting that he's going to pick him now. Irelia being hovered over by Cage the Elephant once more. Very prized pick, and obviously did see a very good... you know, you have to imagine she's just a very strong pick in these matchups in general because she can do well against pretty much anyone who's tanky, mobile, and even has reasonable sustain. So she's definitely a really well-rounded pick. We're seeing Garen hovered over by Saber Nico, and Abel's crew hovering over a Swain. That would be quite interesting to see. Not really sure what to think of that. He's got a lot of damage and obviously a lot of sustain, but he's going to flip away from that onto a Skarner. We did see Skarner banned out, but not yet played this entire tournament, but that would be kind of interesting to see too.
You stupid. What's 9 plus 10? You stupid. What's 9 plus 10?
And we are seeing the picks getting locked in. Skarner, I thought, would be a very strong pick in this match, in this map in general, just because he does have 5 of his passive altars. Of course, they can be captured and give vision to the enemy team in those events, but usually that doesn't really do much good, even in the ARAM at that. So in these 2v2 matchups, I don't imagine that'll be very powerful for the enemy team, but obviously when he has them captured, the massive amount of movement speed and attack speed he will receive are going to do him great justice.
You stupid. What's 9 plus 10?
Dr. Mundo still being hovered over by Chaos Rain 77. I think that's a pretty good pick. He's very sustaining. He's got a lot of good constant harass with the cleavers, of course. I don't know. That could go a lot of ways. The W, like, you know, being a counter to the crowd control that the Skarner would be able to provide. I don't think that tenacity doesn't affect suppressions, as far as I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong with that, Chad. I might just be getting a lot of hate for that. But cooldown crowd control reduction, I don't believe it affects. I don't think really anything affects suppressions, unless I'm mistaken. Because it's not necessarily tenacity; it is crowd control reduction on the W. That might be something that could be to his benefit, just in you know, on top of everything else. So, fairly interesting matchup. We definitely saw that the Irelia, especially after she got tanky items and had the Trinity Force, that she was able to hold up against the Garen. Skarner is a very similar pick to the Garen in the regards that he's incredibly tanky, but can dish out a lot of damage as well. So, both teams, actually, every member of this match, rolling the Flash, Mark Dash as well. Much more beneficial for the Skarner in this case, similar to how the Singed was with his Fling. So I'm sure he's going to pop some ultimates, then just hit reverse and floor it. But, you know, we'll have to see. Not a whole lot of potential for initiations here apart from the Skarner on either team. We're still going to see Cage the Elephant, I'm sure, using those Qs very interestingly on minions and just connecting to that E-stun. Two minutes left, guys. I do think that the Dr. Mundo, you know, going once again back to the whole like tank countering facts. You know, those cleavers obviously doing percent of health magic damage will be very, very beneficial. Obviously, it's going to be a reasonably good disengage if he can land them at the Skarner trying to rush at them with the bonus movement speed from his altar and his W. Will it be enough? That's to be decided, but you know, constantly being able to throw out those cleavers as he's going to be just as tanky as them might be what he needs.
Stop giving up.
I got one question for you. What are those? Officer, I got one question for you. What are those? Officer, I got one question for you. What are those? Officer, I got one question for you. What?
And we are seeing the game go underway, everyone. Quickly seeing the Skarner actually buying the Guardian's Horn. I think that's a great item on him in general. It's very fun in early game too. Can make a lot of good plays with it. Towards the later portions, he might be forced to sell it because the stats can be a little redundant overall. Unfortunately, it does not build into anything, and I really wish Rito would fix that, and especially for the cause of ARAM. There's a lot of paths you could go with that. And in the process of the loading screen there, guys, I did find out that Skarner getting it opened up on by that Mundo. Lots of damage being traded over. Looks like they might be able to get into the kill, but he's going to flash away, actually, throwing out the Mark Dash onto the Mundo. But I did look up in the process of that loading screen, guys, that crowd control reduction, such as Mundo's W or even Irelia's passive. Irelia's passive is Tenacity, which by itself already does not affect the cooldown of, or the... Let me see, what's the wording for this? Excuse me. The duration of the Skarner ultimate, but crowd control reduction, for instance, like Mundo, which is not Mundo's W, which is not necessarily labeled as Tenacity, also does not affect the duration of the Skarner ultimate. Just something small to note there. Some interesting trades, lots of spinning and damage and AoE damage coming down from the Skarner and the Garen. Silence onto Irelia, but she's going to flash immediately after. Mark Dash landing, so she's going to connect it and get the first blood with that last auto attack. Skarner getting very low, so Mundo's quite low himself. He will get the Masochism auto attack onto the Skarner, throwing out a last cleaver onto the Garen. Mundo incredibly low right now, sitting at below 100 health. He's getting a lot of regen from that passive though, so the numbers are constantly shifting there. Really going to use the Mark Dash forward and just immediately back off later. Mundo actually on his, I don't believe he had any potions, maybe one or two, but they're both gone at the moment. He's just got that Giant's Belt and the boots. I'm not totally sure what he's going to use that and build it into, but quite a bit of options considering the enemy team. He might be going for that Sunfire Cape for the more damage, maybe the movement speed from the Deadman's Plate, or obviously he could still go for the classic, as always, Randuin's Omen, which is quite powerful, but the critical strike reduction would be a little bit of a wasted gold, so it's not necessarily the most cost-efficient one. Red team hitting level 5. Irelia is still following suit right behind them, but the red team at the rate that they're going, as if they continue to push, as pointed out in many other matches, pretty much whoever has the pushing advantage is going to hit level 6 first and has the potential to initiate first as well. That Skarner ultimate is going to be something that they're going to have to be aware of. Irelia going to go in with the QE, getting the stun, but she's getting very, very low. She's not going to be able to trade. She does trade her life, in fact, actually. Wow. Onto the Garen, but Skarner is not very low at this point. Garen, the Mundo has to back off after he lands another Q. Does not have the damage and trade potential to win this duel. Garen and Skarner hitting level 6. Mundo's actually hitting it basically at the exact same time now that he is alone, so he did get a little bonus XP without the addition of his teammate there. Irelia on that last back, only really being able to get minor items. She was not able to finish the phage, which is a little unfortunate. Garen actually started with that, and once again is still going for the first item, Black Cleaver. Much more efficient in this case, given that the Mundo obviously is forced to build very tanky. Also, disregarding my last statement, he could Irelia going to go in. She's actually going to get hit with the Skarner ultimate, slowly walking away there, just using her ultimate to get some sustain, stopping herself from being in an endangered position. But I did negate to say that the Mundo could still be going for a Warmog's armor with the Giant's Belt. It wouldn't be the most optimal because you will not be getting the 3,000 health that you require to get the massive amount of health regen, but it is a possibility indeed.
no less, this Garen is still a great pick in this matchup, and it's something I didn't really think about in the champion select, which I guess I should have much more obviously. Look at it right now. Mundo is the villain. He's got so much health regen, but what does that matter when you can just blow him up and destroy the 1,000 remaining health that he's usually going to pop his ultimate at? Irelia going to get opened up on, easily getting taken out here, actually popping the W, but the Garen ultimate will finish her off. This composition is easily working into the red team's favor right now. Mundo left to defend. He's just sustaining so much with his passive alone. Skarner actually getting it pretty easily out of position here, although if he did not miss that hook, he might have been able to get a kill out of it. Garen just going to tank the tower. Tower shots getting incredibly low. That last one should kill him, so a free kill over to the Dr. Mundo. He's actually 3-0 at the moment, so maybe that's why it's seeming like it's so much into red team's favor. A missed cleaver as the ultimate is popped from Dr. Mundo. There's no way Skarner can trade this, as Irelia does queue forward. She will not be able to get in range, but she's going to pop the ultimate for some damage. Another cleaver is going to likely to go out any moment now, but it looks like he was just securing that kill for the Irelia. He did wow, very patiently waited for his ally to take to come there so he wouldn't take the relic, and he might have had the chance to live. But a double kill, unfortunately, going over to the Skarner. It makes sense because he does have a very short cooldown on that Q, but unfortunately, that's just how it went. And 2 kills going straight over to that Skarner, and that's going to be very powerful. As I was mentioning before, he did buy into that Warmog's armor, but he has actually sold it now and is going for the Dead Man's Plate. And we do see Irelia finally finishing the phage, and once again, as the previous games occurred, it did pick up the Ninja Tabi. Oh, actually, one more cell, just juking us out here. Dr. Mundo, in fact, buying the Sunfire Cape instead of the Dead Man's Plate. I feel like that's the smarter decision of the 3 he did pick. After this point, he could go for your Warmog's armor if he felt optimal, but at this point, he really just needs to focus more on the armor and resistances rather than the amount of health he has, unlike more conventional Mundo plays. He does want the ultimate very early there, knowing he is the villain. Wise decision. Irelia's getting chased down by the Garen. She does get flashed, and the ultimate will go onto her. I'm not sure what was going on there. He seemed like he had some connectivity issues and just stopped in place. Skarner going to get very low, but he will pop his shield and run away as the Mundo is left alone to face a Garen. Flash away, and he will be able to escape here, actually picking up a health relic that nicely respawned next to him there. On correction to the Twitch chat, Peter, this is not blind pick, this is tournament draft, so it is draft pick. First tier tower going down over to the red team here. Garen still looking for some kills. Irelia going to go in onto the Skarner here. Not really going to get a huge amount of damage over, but she did turn onto the Garen. He's going to get incredibly low, actually. The first kill going over to Irelia, and Mundo going to slap the Garen in the face and walk away. Blue team should be able to take a tower from this, just as the red team just received one themselves. I'm not sure how well they're going to fare after the enemy team returns here, having recently purchased items, but looks like the Mundo is going to try to reset in time. This is going to be reasonably close. Irelia almost wanted to do the same. Mark Dash barely missing as the Skarner was speeding his way through the passive altars there and the W combined. Frozen Heart being picked up on the last buy is a very good pickup. Mundo in general just doesn't have very good lifesteal, so when he pops that Masochism, it's just not going to be very efficient on himself now. But Irelia obviously being very synergetic with attack speed from that W, getting a lot of true damage and lifesteal, or just sustain. I keep correcting myself on that. It's not lifesteal, it's just sustain from her just ability in itself. So very good pickup. The cooldown reduction and armor obviously just on top of Skarner going to ultimate onto the Irelia at full health. A little bit questionable there. The Garen does have his ultimate up, however, so he might be looking to turn on that. Mundo popping his ultimate immediately as well, trying to walk into this team fight here. Irelia going back in with a nice re-engage from the Qs. All this damage going onto Skarner. He's getting very low, but so is Irelia. Dr. Mundo is slowly getting pieced down as his ultimate is expired, so we might be seeing an ultimate from the Garen very soon. It does actually get popped onto the Irelia as Garen is trying to run away. He's going to pick up the health relic as Mundo continues to slap the Qs, but the silence is going to stop the second one as he spins around in circles, just having a good time.
Nicely done from the Dr. Mundo. He definitely is aware of the fact that the Garen is going to be able to pop that ultimate on him, especially while he's the villain, for that true damage and massive amount of damage in general. So he can't really play the Mundo conventionally. He has to pop it very quickly if he's going to at all make use of it in any fight, or else he's basically just going to be giving up a free kill. Very nice execution once again. Skarner just slimming the outskirts of that. The snowball coming a little later than the previous one, but getting very close. I'm kind of hoping we actually do see that finally hit at some point in this game. Really going to go over and take over this altar while she is stealthed. Nothing really Skarner can do. He loses that movement speed as she hits the slow with her E. A little bit out of position here. The Mark Dash from Garen does go in. She's going to get hit with the Skarner ultimate on a very short cooldown after you picked up that Frozen Heart for the 20% CDR. She flashes away and starts popping her ultimate for that sustain, and looks like she's safe once again. Cookie Lord, it is not lifesteal. It is a flat amount of health she gets back per auto attack. It does not scale with her AD. Dr. Mundo missing the cleaver as Skarner just went right past him, and Irelia had a very low amount of health here. Going to go down very shortly. The ultimate from Garen actually does go onto her, as Dr. Mundo is here to face two people both at once. Not much he's really going to be able to do. He's kind of not, he can't even really see his own health bar right now, so he's kind of coming out a little late. We're going to have to see if the Skarner slow will be able to land, as there it goes. They're going to actually flash forward and tower dive and just give up their lives here, as they do come out on top, and they're not going to be able to take this turret, but looking for the immediate suicide as one kill, and maybe even a second one, once again, is going to go over to this Dr. Mundo. It looks like Skarner might get away here. Yeah, the last attack not going to hit, but Irelia is in hot pursuit. Mark Dash going to land onto the Skarner. I don't think it would have made that much of a difference, really, all things considered, and maybe that's why they're considering just dying as soon as they can, because, I mean, obviously if he ran and went for the health relics, he could have easily sustained up to like 750 health, but he just chose to stay. Dead Man's Plate being finished by the Garen after that Black Cleaver. Very wise pickup. It's just incredible for the movement speed and just capturing, you know, chasing people down. Overall, the armor is not going to be doing a humongous amount against that Black Cleaver true percent of health damage, and Moon is having a good time here. Hope you guys are having a good time too. Thank you for joining us once again here at League People. All these tournaments are here for charity, and all the participants had to donate to charity for our cause at Extra Life once again. So we're seeing the mastery go down from Irelia there. Well, he is definitely an Irelia master, as we've seen in the previous games. Garen once again going to capture, not actually, they did a very quick job of interrupting that capture of the altar. Irelia going to take a large amount of damage. She does not have her ultimate up. The Garen ultimate goes down once again. They've been clearly focusing that onto her, disregarding that Mundo is the villain. He pops his ultimate, but he's taking a large amount of damage. I don't think he's going to be able to sustain through this. Garen is just kiting around as he's getting incredibly low, and Mundo is going to go down very shortly here. Nice flash, but he will miss the cleaver. Flash forward from Garen. He doesn't pick up the health relic, trying to skim it so he can immediately move to the next one, but unfortunately, that is what caused his death. At the moment, we do see Skarner with the recurve bow getting a decent amount of attack speed in addition to what his spires grant him. I think it's going to be going, I'm not really too sure, but I can only hope that he's going to build that into a wit's end. It would do really good work against the Mundo there. Not so much against the Irelia except for her ultimate, but still it's just a very strong item in general for damage and just keeping yourself healthily sustained from the resistances. Irelia getting a lot of good damage from the ultimate and auto attacks onto the Skarner with the Trinity Force there, but we are seeing Mundo finally returning here. He's going to go in, hitting the cleavers, just patiently waiting, trying to focus them onto the Skarner. They're continually trying to focus out this inhibitor here, but they might go down before it can. There we go, the Garen Q finally finishing it off, but they're going to give up their lives very easily here, as and that's actually, I don't know if that's worth it or not, but that will definitely bide a lot of time in general for these next few minion waves that the blue team here does not really have a whole lot of push potential to stop. The Mundo Cleavers will do a large percent of health to those super minions, but in general, obviously the whole point is super minions slow you down a lot in terms of your sieging progress. Mundo just going to tank it with the armor and Warmog's armor that he has built now. The minions have arrived, so they're just going to take it, and I don't think they're going to have enough time to take the inhibitor as well, but we'll have to see where they go with this. They've got a potential to initiate fights. They're healthy in this case, and did not actually lose from that last fight.
Mark Dash going to connect onto the Mundo. We're going to see an ultimate onto Irelia very shortly, I'm sure. Mundo popping his ultimate as Irelia is running here. Ultimate going onto Irelia. Garen's ultimate is ready to pop. He's actually not going to be able to get in range of Irelia as she does pass, go back there. He's going to Mark Dash forward and get the nice stun onto the Garen as she proceeds forward and gets a very, very well done escape. Super Minions starting to push into their base here. They don't really have much to fear. I think they can defend it, but we are seeing Skarner actually capturing that one. Looked like he's going to go for the other altar on the inner side, but turning because they are starting to initiate some damage and some fighting here. Mark Dash going forward onto the Mundo, but it's not really going to mean much. As soon as Mundo gets out of combat, that health is going to be rushing forward. We are seeing the Super Minion go down very quickly. No surprise there. And now the Warmock's active, going up, and that health is just flowing. Although we are seeing the 65 procs there, health regen procs every 0.25 seconds, so that's really a massive overbearing of health. Irelia going to get ulted on by the Skarner. The Garen ultimate was up in time, but he was not able to activate it, waiting a little bit too long. Mundo's going to connect once again to them. Irelia getting a little dangerously in range, but we are going to see Mundo just sitting there doing absolutely nothing, throwing out the cleavers once more. So much damage onto him. He needs to be a little careful. He is not the villain anymore, but that is enough damage from the ultimate with no magic resist whatsoever to potentially kill him. As you can see with the health bars and the markers on the health bar, he does have over 1,000 health right now, so he's in the clear zone for now, and he's gaining at a very quick rate. And there we see it, Mundo once again back to full health, nothing they can do. Imagine seeing that last team fight where the Garen and Skarner were just sitting on him and just repeating this process here. There's not really much they can do at the current rate, and Irelia is only going to sustain so much more back from auto-attacking these minions, putting yourself in a little danger zone there, but she is very mobile and is going to get out of that as well. Both team members still trying to focus onto the Irelia, but giving up very quickly, putting their threatening power onto the Mundo. Really so much just wet and noodle fighting here. The Irelia is the only one who can really go down, and she's just playing it so safely, very wisely. Although the damage adding up at the moment might be enough. He keeps getting those Qs onto the tower. That's going to go down at the current rate. They will be able to end the game. Blue team really needs to win a team fight right now, or the game is going to be over. There's nothing a single Mundo can do in this matchup here. Skarner's going to put the ultimate onto Mundo. Mundo's ultimate is already popped. It's gone at the moment. It's not going to be up. So the ultimate from Garen is going to take it, and that might be the game. Irelia going to get some good damage onto the Garen as he is tanking the tower. Nice Q to finish it off as Skarner is just going to come over here. And nice Mark Dash to get the distance away. There is still a tower there and minions attacking, so he's just going to focus the tower, not even going to care about her. He has no AoE items, though if he uses that Q, it's going to start targeting him. If she can get a nice E off in time, but it's not going to be enough, but she will get the kill, saving the match for now. Very close team fights and just close status in general. This blue team sitting in their base has been fighting for minutes and after minute here, and barely was able to come out on top, or not really on top to say, but coming out on top in the regards that they did not lose the game right there. Dr. Mundo on that last back had actually sold his Ninja Tabi and bought a Titanic Hydra. I think that's an interesting decision and something they definitely need to some degree. They definitely need more power, more damage in general, so that might be something they can use to their advantage before the game can end here. That Skarner has a lot of mobility and attack speed, so he might just be rushing past, and I don't think we're going to see, actually, yeah, the inhibitor's back up now, so we're not going to be seeing any backdooring anytime soon, but he has a lot of potential to end on his own accord, even without the Garen. Garen going straight onto the Mundo. The ultimate being popped finally. He's not really getting many auto attacks in to make use of the Titanic Hydra. He doesn't obviously have a lot of attacks, but either. Ultimate going onto Irelia. She is the villain, so she's likely to die very quickly here. Less than 1,000 health. Garen's almost done spinning, and here we're going to see it. He's not even going to use it onto her. Skarner just finishes her off himself. As we see the Dr. Mundo 2v1ing here. I don't know how long he's going to be able to hold up. His ultimate is gone, and we see the ultimate from Garen going down, and then that's going to be the second win for Saber Nico and the Abel's crew. In the best of 5, we are going to see the best of both teams, as it's 2v2, 2 wins versus 2 wins right now, and then we are going to the final match to decide who will be third place and who will move on for the chance to win first in the 2v2 tournament.
Officer, I got one question for you.
As always, everyone watching this stream at the moment, we appreciate you joining us here and supporting us at League People. Just a reminder, as always, we are here streaming for Extra Life. Our Extra Life campaign has gathered over $1,300, and our current goal is $1,500. And this tournament in itself was to help support the cause of Extra Life. All money goes donated to the cause of a church, I mean not a church, a hospital of your selection in whatever area you find, to research children's diseases and finding the cure. Play video games, save lives. We're seeing the bans once again going out. Garen finally being banned, being one of the strongest juggernauts of the current patch, along with Darius, to no surprise. Is this solo queue? Tom Kench being banned out from Chaos Reign 77, and Volibear once again. I'm not really sure if Chaos Reign even plays Volibear, but Volibear is still just a strong pick, no less.
Officer, I got one question for you.
Twisted Fate also being a targeted ban going out from the blue team. And we're seeing Dr. Mundo surprisingly going out. It's just not, I'm not too sure about that one. That one was fairly strong and definitely sustaining, powerful sponge as Dr. Mundo always is, but I don't know if that was really worthy of the ban. Vladimir being locked in by Cage the Elephant, quite a strong pick. We have seen him before in this tournament, and it was very interesting. I'm a little curious. I don't think Chaos Reign's going to pick that up, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if he did, because I have seen Chaos Reign play him, and it's quite a strong pick in general. So also seeing the Skarner being hovered on by Abel's crew once again. I think that's a very wise decision. This is the whole Juggernaut meta, guys. Anyone who's not banned that's a Juggernaut is basically a strong pick. So it's just something, you know, you can't really just go wrong. We are seeing the lock-in go down from Purple Team. Saber Nico playing Cho'Gath once again. It was definitely seen as a strong pick. He was, you know, just kind of a brick wall there in a similar regard to the Mundo, but had a lot of potential for turning fights with that Feast. I think it's a good pick overall. We'll have to see how it plays out. And we are seeing the Wukong being locked in, and the swap indeed going down. Chaos Rain going to play the Vladimir as I predicted. Very strong picks in general. The Wukong pick is just very fun in this map in general, and that's, I'm going to say that loosely, not very fun for the enemy team, because what can happen a lot of times is that he can just use his clone, and after he has his Mark Dash already connected, and be a stealth engage as he flies through the air without them having any idea and just seeing the Wukong stop. It's really hard to predict, and I'm hoping we see that quite a bit here. Countdown is gone, and we're seeing the 3-minute mark appear on the screen now. These are the locked-in summoner spells, and we are seeing Vladimir switching from the Flash Mark Dash to the Flash Ghost. Quite common to see on Vladimir. So. One other thing to note about the Wukong into the Wukong matchup in general is that Cho'Gath might mistakenly feast his clone. That's something that can very well happen here in this case. We'll have to see if it does or doesn't, but it's always a possibility. Very interesting matchup here. We have two very sustaining just picks in general on each side, and then one that's really bruisery and mobile. Between the Vladimir and the Cho'Gath, you know, we saw. I still feel like the Cho'Gath has a chance to backfire in their face here, but generally he's got so much sustain that they can't do much about it. But if he does get focused down early game, can really easily bite back. Peter, I also messaged you on Facebook, just so you know. Alrighty guys, 25 seconds left, and I'm going to call our other coach shoutcaster really quickly, everyone. The loading screen is up, and we are almost finished here, guys. And here we are. How's it going, Malik?
It's going great, Jacob. How's it going for you, man?
Quite good, quite good. This tournament's been very interesting. This has been an exciting matchup here, going to round 5. You guys tell us how the sound is. It should be reasonably balanced. I'm going to adjust my volume and make myself a little quieter to be on par with his so it doesn't overbear.
Yeah, my mic's weird. I can really quiet myself down or else it gets me super quiet. Trying to find you on my friends list so that I can observe the game.
I don't have you added, unfortunately.
Can you open up your client?
I don't have it available at the moment.
Oh yeah, I can't alt-tab really.
If you have any of the participants added, you can obviously spectate them.
No, I don't. Oh, I know what I can do. Little Nexus.
True, that's very true. Good idea. Just seeing some pats on the back here for these early game sustains.
What's one of the names of the participants?
Chaos Reign 77.
Oh, Chaos Rain. Oh, I can spectate Chaos Rain then. Fuck that.
See, that's what I meant. That's why I asked.
Okay, that's easy. I didn't
And
realize
wait,
Chaos-
cool. Please stay, man. Don't worry about that. Seeing some initiations going on here, a lot of harassment going on between the Vladimir and the Skarner. Skarner obviously coming on top here. You've seen the Guardian's Horn to actually get some movement speed, but he's going to have to flash out. Wukong is still in range. He uses the Q. Is not going to be able to get the kill, barely. Skarner living with roughly 30 health.
Chaos Rain not playing his usual Rengar. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually been unbanned a reasonable amount of games this entire tournament. So far, it's been kind of his own little bait he's been playing on people. Everyone else seems to have learned their lesson, actually, though, after seeing him play Tom Kench, and that's pretty much the primary ban for
We're
Chaos Rain
at
right now.
140 minutes in, right?
Yep.
Good. We are getting synced. That's good. All figured out, man.
All right. Well, we have pretty interesting item starts on the Cho'Gath there. Not really sure where he's going to go, or if he's looking to go for maybe even like the Merc Dreads with those boots, with that No Magic Mantle. Could go a lot of directions, obviously. Maybe even a Spirit Visage just for the extra life sustainment from his passive.
Yeah, that would be a very smart move, considering how long that this, in terms of laning, will be, as you'll have a lot of time to attack and kill minions.
Very true, true. And no surprise at all, we're seeing the the Hextech Revolver coming out from Chaos Rain on Vladimir there. First back, first buy, pretty normal stuff. Wukong going to probably go into that Triforce, very powerful, or that or the Black Cleaver, also very viable in this matchup here, but either one, whichever he chooses, is going to be a humongous power spike for him, especially for that ultimate.
Very standard builds coming out of both sides, especially for ARAM. I can see definitely seems like it's going to be a very interesting game, as this is Game 5 of the series. Correct? It's Game 5, right? Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm not great on memory right now. Unfortunate truth of ARAM, though, is that to become stronger, you must die, which gives the enemy an advantage for a small amount of time.
This is very true, and as we saw in the last matchup, it was kind of interesting that the enemy team, Saber Nico and Alostru, still won even after giving up many kills to the enemy team, but forcing themselves to die because they wanted to buy so soon.
I think that it's actually a great advantage in ARAM to just stay alive as long as you can and die rather than kill the enemy. Keep them behind, put yourself ahead.
Wukong going to go in onto the Cho'Gath. Not really much going on in this trade. He's actually going fairly even.
Though blue team will come out slightly on top, chunking Cho'Gath down to half health, but there are health flying, so that won't last very long.
Rupture on Cho'Gath going to miss the Vladimir. We're seeing the level 6 hit right now. Wukong looking a little tempted to go back in, but decided to opt out. He does have Mark Dash. He's not going to throw it actually out onto the Cho'Gath. He should connect this. He's going to go in onto him. The QE will not finish it, as he does get a nice reactive ultimate onto the Wukong King Skarner there. Heal Plague not going to kill the Cho'Gath, and a kill and auto attack going to let Cho'Gath live.
That was a very well played counterattack from Able Screw, and Saber Neko. Considering that Cho'Gath got dropped so low during that dive, him being able to come back and pull out a double kill there is extremely impressive, as it will now allow them to land a lot of damage onto that first tower.
We are seeing them just pretty much do what they did last time. They're going to try to die, or just play incredibly dangerously after their victory there, because they just want to buy.
Yes, and we will see what Cho'Gath will pick up, supposedly when he respawns.
And to no surprise, he is picking up the Catalyst the Protector, pretty much the all-star standard build for Cho'Gath, going for that Rod of Ages first buy.
A core item that not only gives him a lot of damage and mana, but it gives him that tanky stat of health. Keeping him not only able to stay in a fight, but able to be relevant in a fight.
Looking over at the Cho'Gath right now, he actually is maxing that silence for maximum like disable time for that Vladimir. He complies, he relies completely on his abilities. So not really as disabling for the Wukong, of course, but still going for that over the maximum damage from his ruptures. So very smart decision overall.
And while they are behind in terms of, kills and it seems a little bit farm, I think overall during this game, Cho'Gath and Skarner have turned out much better as they got those kills than they died, not vice versa, like Vladimir and Wukong.
We are seeing Vladimir on that first back actually picking up the Will of the Ancients. Very strong buy, very standard too, but in general he's going to have, like I said, in Champion Selection, pretty much the same effect as the Cho'Gath, just so much sustain. It's going to demean all the harassment that he's going to take.
That Spell Vamp along with his Q though will give a huge advantage to him during prolonged fights, as he will not only be healing back from his Q, but extra healing due to the Spell Vamp that Will of the Ancients will give him. Which, it is a standard buy, but it is probably one of the smartest buys you can make on that champion. So, see how it pays off.
Going to go in here, popping the ultimate, knocking out Cho'Gath. The Hemo Plague is also put onto the Cho'Gath. Feast is going to go down onto the Vladimir as the Skarner is still in hot pursuit. Pool finally going down from the Vladimir. Very nicely timed. That fight went incredibly well into the blue team's favor, but the Skarner ultimate is going to pull Wukong into tower range. He will not go down, however.
Skarner will live with basically nothing left. Luckily enough, there was a shrine that Vladimir auto took him within a 25 HP range of death. Very lucky on his part, or unlucky depending on how you look at it, considering what this game is. We will see the first tower going down to the blue team. Big advantage during this game when you get that early tower. I want to see what they're able to do with it. Skirmish in the middle lane, just a little bit of damage traded back and forth. It looks like it will turn out generally even though.
Cho'Gath on his last back, picking up a Warden's Mail. Can go a couple routes here. Not really sure what he's going to do with it completely. But yeah, no less. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's really the most optimal item change. Overall, it's just going to build in some sort of obviously anti-attack speed item, except for the potential Iceborne Gauntlet. But that'd be a little interesting to see if he did try to dish that out. Actually, no, excuse me, not Iceborne Gauntlet, but I'm not sure actually. It's really just like the Frozen Mallet and Randuin's Omen, if I recall. I mean, Frozen Heart. Yeah, so much wordage. But anti-attack speed in general, I don't know what that's going to really do for him. It's not really. It was kind of a past standard to go for a Randuin's Omen just because of the slow and the massive amount of health it gave you along with the armor. But I feel like that's a really unoptimal item, especially now that it has the lowered crit damage on it, and that's really not going to benefit them at all right now.
Yeah, I think that it's not exactly the greatest I'm going to go for. If he did go for Frozen Heart, it wouldn't be a bad idea. He would be slowing down and reducing a lot of the damage coming off that Wukong during his ultimate. He is rushing into that Black Cleaver.
Wukong going to stealth in once again. He does have his ultimate actually up, but Vladimir's going to go down first before he can actually flash out Ghost or use the Hemo Plague. Skarner ultimate going to go onto the Wukong. He's going to dash right onto the Cho'Gath into a rupture. Very well done and predicted. The silence going to go onto Wukong, but not going to be enough to kill him.
Very low under tower, and I think that this tower will go down during this push. There's a lot of damage going onto it very fast. Snowball landing onto the Cho'Gath. Wukong debating whether or not to go in. We will see the second tower of the game going down to the red team.
Vladimir on his last back, popping the Hemo Plague. Wukong going to stealth in, just waiting for his moment. He's actually going to get very low. They immediately targeted him at that vulnerable amount of health. Hemo Plague going to pop it, not going to kill the Cho'Gath. It looked like he leveled up in the midst of that, so the Catalyst, the Protector, gave him his life, but he will go down eventually. Skarner just fighting some dangerous games here, just not wanting his life anymore. That is going to be his first death, so he will go back by a wit's end.
Disregard the Skarner and let the minions finish the dirty work for him. I don't want to be that guy, but I'd say that is some heavy BM coming out of Chaos Reign.
We did see on that last back, he did pick up the Kindle Gem and a Ruby Crystal. I'm not necessarily sure what the Ruby Crystal, I think that goes into Spectre's Cowl. He could be going for the Spirit Visage just for an even more increased amount of sustainment and obviously suppressed damage. So quite a good buy if that is the direction he's going. Wukong finishing the Black Cleaver, picking up a pickaxe. He almost spun a No Magic Mantle there. That might be going for, not very wisely, I would suspect right now, but just even more for more armor penetration right now. The enemy team, obviously, as you can see, is going very heavy into the armor very early on compared to the previous games we've seen. So I would not blame him whatsoever on that one. Skarner going to capture his altar, so it will get him a vision of the Wukong in the other push.
Very
Cho'Gath is going to miss, but the knockup from the Wukong ultimate is going to hit them both. Not a lot of damage coming down here overall. Both of them put to half health. This is a really close fight overall, but Cho'Gath is getting down really low. Vladimir going to flash forward, but he will not have the burst to kill him after the health relic gave him so much back.
Very interesting placement of an altar that you are able to capture it from within a bush.
Blue team needs to be a little afraid here. This Cho'Gath does have his feast. He can get a kill at any given moment right now. He actually did use it on the Wukong clone as foresought in the champion select. Very unfortunate, but very well done from the Wukong.
And Vladimir will not die. Oddly enough, that Will of the Ancients and Q heal keeping him alive while taking those tower shots. I think we may see a double suicide here as to deny gold and go back and buy. If not, the tower will go down. Oh no, we will see the suicides. Wukong better hope to die fast. That very well played choice out of the blue team.
Pretty wise decision here. Skarner actually going to pick up the Oracle's Extract very early on. It's something you definitely need for your own advantage here in these maps with anyone who has a stealth. And, it's just, hopefully they can make something happen with that. We are in fact seeing the Cho'Gath going for the Randuin's Omen. The slow active will be a very useful attribute, especially trying to get away from that Wukong, but I still feel like it's one of the least gold efficient items for armor and health that he can build in this case, especially after already having the health from the Catalyst Protector that he could have built into the Rod of Ages, and then just gotten a Frozen Heart, perchance even.
And then you have Skarner also picking up a Warden's Nail. Hopefully not another Randuin, and he will be transferring that into a Frozen Heart as to get the other effect of a Warden's Nail item.
More than likely the case. If you see Wukong going in with the ultimate, a lot of return damage backfiring on them as well. They're very low. Health bars are stacking on health bars. It's hard to see what's going on. The Hemo Plague will take the final blow onto the Cho'Gath as the slow actually does hit the Wukong, and Skarner will pick up another kill as well.
So we did see a rallies pickup from Vlad during that death, so he will have those slows to be able to keep Skarner in his range.
A very nice ghost as well to chase him down.
That will be another ace for the blue team as Vladimir looks to pick up the first inhibitor of this match.
Wise decision to use that ghost really early on there and chasing that Skarner, because if he would have reached his altars, there would have been no catching him, even with the slow with the rallies. Vladimir trying to reset here, but he does see the Cho'Gath, so not really much loss, even though that is half his health, because he is Vladimir, and he's going to sustain that back in no time.
Fast
looks
Rain
like
getting a lot of
he's
good damage.
he is coming out ahead in this trade despite starting out behind. Will W using that pull to escape a lot of damage there.
Skarner and Cho'Gath do not have their ultimates right now, so he's just hiding around, doing what he can. He looks like he... Oh, the flash to actually secure the relic for Skarner so he can assure that he does not have his escape. But he will get escape. He will escape anyways, even though he did have potential to be killed. The inhibitor nearly going down right now just from minions alone as we see Wukong flashing forward, EQing onto the Skarner. The ultimate AoE will not be enough to kill him as he barely moves out of range.
Chemo Plague will go down on Cho'Gath, but there will be no follow-up damage to add to that explosion. Bit of a waste, honestly, for such a huge skill in this game.
As we can see right now in the builds, the Skarner is absolutely going for that Frozen Heart, or maybe even an Iceborne Gauntlet, or not Iceborne Gauntlet, excuse me, that would be the Sheen. Very close regions anyways, no less. But he is going for that Frozen Heart. We're seeing the ultimate go on to the Vladimir, stopping him from using the pull, but immediately as soon as that's open, he does pop it, gets the E and pop the kill onto the Skarner, and he's going to probably chase down this Cho'Gath. I don't know if he'll be able to kill him as he does have that Catalyst of Protector proccing right now.
Cho'Gath will land his combo, but he will miss the silence, which is a big chunk of damage missing out of that. As we see minions moving on to the Nexus turrets.
Maw of Malmortius going out from the Wukong, very smart item. It won't stop the true damage from the Cho'Gath ultimate, but just in general, that is obviously a very AP heavy base team there. Very close trades here. One person is going to die sooner or later as the Cho'Gath flashes forward and actually did not even need to use his feast, but he actually goes down to the minions as well.
That is definitely a fair trade towards Vladimir's side. While Cho'Gath does get the shutdown, Vladimir gets to back and gets extra gold off of that kill. We will see what he picks up.
You do see in the chat that he did try to go for the Spirit Visage, but he actually sold that in response to buy the... well, as we see now, another Hextech Revolver. The amount of spell vamp is not unique.
What could he be going for with those items?
I think this is really just a last-ditch effort with those items. I'm sure he still has the Spirit Visage in the back of his mind there, but I think he's just trying to get what he can for this final push before the game ends, and is trying to take the victory while he can.
As we see Skarner and Cho'Gath stacking up to be a lot tankier, this match will definitely become a harder fight for Vladimir and Wukong.
Cho'Gath still holding on to that Catalyst, the Protector. This is it's definitely a good item in these trades here, and obviously in the laning portions, but it's still pretty much wasted gold apart from the health he's restoring.
I'd like to see him transfer that into a Rod of Ages. If he had done it a lot earlier instead of going for that Randuin's, he would have a lot more bonus.
Wukong trying to go in, but he's going to just pop his self-control his way out. Super Minion pushing up to the turret. This is a pretty big vantage point for the blue team.
Those turrets, that one turret is very low already. Not going to take a lot longer for it to get knocked over.
Overall, I don't even know if the Rod of Ages would really be worth it or cost sufficient more than anything he's built at this point. Even rushing into that Righteous Glory might be an optimal item.
At this point, with the amount of time it takes to fully stack a Rod of Ages, it would not be beneficial.
It will give him a small amount of AP, but even then, that's a very lackluster effect for just completing an item, and he could have just bought a heavier AP item. We are seeing Wukong going in once again with the EQ, and Skarner will ult the clone. Oh my god, the red team has to.
That he stunned the clone, and doing that, he thought that it was the Wukong, so he decided to ult it, which, fair play to Wukong, very well used clone.
Wukong going to go in this time, but the silence from Cho'Gath will stop him from popping the ult immediately. He's going to get it eventually here as he gets very low, taking the damage from the towers, and they will actually take the kill on the Wukong. Even 2v1, I don't think there's much they're going to do about this Vladimir, and this might actually go into their favor, but he is getting chunked down eventually, very gradually here. Rupture from Cho'Gath going to land, so he has to switch his target, but as we see him finally popping the pool, neither ultimates are up, so he's just going to get what lifesteal he can. Nice silence from Cho'Gath, that might be enough. Very good flash. He's going to use his ghost as well, but I don't know if it's not going to be enough. Skarner just gets the last auto attack in, and he will get the kill.
Very well played out of the red team to ease up on the pressure they have been experiencing for the last several minutes. But their inhib did go down again. They will not have any time to push out as the super minions approach their base.
A very good return, actually, there from the red team, though. Even after wasting that Skarner ultimate on the clone, they still came out on top, and I think that shows a lot for how much potential they can still have in these future fights here. Vladimir, oh, there goes Skarner. No, he's actually going to pop the ultimate once again, pulling him actually out of the range of the Cho'Gath knockup, sadly, though, as Wukong is still here fighting the Cho'Gath. He has a lot of damage and, of course, has that Black Cleaver for the armor penetration, so... He's actually going to flash forward and pop the ultimate even before the silence. Very good job popping it preemptively. And the last little part of the helicopter will slap the Cho'Gath to death. We're going to see them pick up this inhibitor.
It seems close if you look at the scoreboard, but this has been a very one-sided game, in all honesty. The blue team dominating most of the time. We will see the first inhibitor turret going down. Looks like it will be closely followed by a second. Skarner dashes in onto Vladimir.
Looks like going on to the Skarner. Now it looks like Wukong's just focusing on this Nexus. I don't think there really needs to be much focus in general. That Vladimir is not going anywhere anytime soon. And we will see the game go over to Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain 77, deciding that, I believe this decides that they are the first place winners of the tournament, and the loser here, Saber Nico and Abel's crew, will go to face against the next team in round 5 to decide the second and third place winners.
You casted this entire tournament alone, Jacob?
Most of it, yes.
Oh, wow, impressive. GG, well played to Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain 77, as they will be receiving RP and Championship Rise, because this is a Riot-sanctioned tournament, isn't it?
No, that is incorrect. This tournament is completely funded by us. Riot does not support, I believe, 2v2 tournaments in this case,
Really?
so we will be prizing it ourselves.
Wow, Riot does not support 2v2 tournaments. I thought that was different.
That might not be the case. All I know is, regardless, we are funding this ourselves, and that said, you will be getting the same amount of RP that Riot would support and give you, as far as I understand, but of course we cannot provide you with a skin code for Championship or Triumphant Rise.
Yeah, Triumphant Rise. What a loss. But still, that is a lot of RP going over them, and a lot of money, generally, for these tournaments, going over to charities to help people in need, which is very important.
Alright, so I believe there's only one other team currently on the bracket that's queued to play, and I think it's actually going to be... I might be... okay, I may have been mistaken on the bracket. Excuse me, guys. They might have to face against Kit's team, but I thought that was already pre-decided. I'm just getting fed a lot of information here. But if you would like to... Chaos Rain, just give us a moment real quick. I have to contact Kit really quick. His team is apparently a possible team that you might be facing off against.
And that will be in another best of 5s or a best of 3?
It would once again be best of 5.
Oh, interesting. So the semifinals and finals are both running on a best of 5. Well, what else would you expect from one of the greatest league groups tournaments? Well, just got those best of 5s. Yes, Chaos Rain, you're done playing. You can indeed solo queue.
Okay, yeah, I was completely mistaken there, guys. Some misinformation. I was reading it actually from the mods from the League People channel, so girl, you guys suck. But unfortunately, sorry to misinform you guys and mishype, if anything. Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain 77 will have to face off against our own admin, LP Idney, and his fellow teammate. I don't remember his name at the moment, but there is one more match to go for the first place and the decider of the third place matchup as well. The losers of this matchup, however, are guaranteed to go to third place. So, one more match, and that should be it for the tournament.
As a caster, I don't think we're allowed to be biased, but go Idney. This will be a very interesting game again, I hope. Overall, what are your predictions for this match, Jacob, if you have any?
Well, it's very close there. Not necessarily exactly close in ranking. Also, just so you know, Chaos and Cage the Elephant, if you're watching, Kit's team is not currently ready to play. I know it is Sunday, and this is when the tournament ends, so hopefully it'll be sometime tonight. But I'd say free reigns. If you want to go solo queue, you can go solo queue. If not, contact Kit, and it's completely on you or on him at this point. Kit, why aren't you telling me? You just said they weren't ready in Facebook. I just messaged you. Then why do you think I'm telling you, Kit? Are you not watching the stream? Come on, man. Okay, Chaos, you might be playing your game now. And I guess here we go. A little hectic there. Miscommunication all around. Excuse me. Also, could you guys give me invite powers really quickly so I can invite Malik real quick? Okay. So, if I'm not mistaken, because I have been mistaken before, this is the final of the tournament, the finals. The final match to decide the first and second place winner. Best of fives between LP Idney Brosidon 08 and Cage the Elephant and Chaos Reign 77.
Oh, this will be an interesting match then. We have a Diamond 5 and a Diamond 1 versus a Plat 2 and a Platinum 5. Though in ranks, in this case, it doesn't matter because it comes purely down to skill.
That is very true. And LP Idney, he did rank Diamond last season. He has been Diamond this season before, but, you know, just... hey, it's the lazy life, man. But no less, we're seeing very close skill-level players in this matchup, I'm sure. Obviously, that's attested to the fact that they've both made it to the final match of this tournament so far, so we'll have to see how they both perform against each other as well. And we are seeing the champion select go underway. First ban being Darius from Cage the Elephant. Not a big surprise. Juggernauts in general are just highly contested picks.
Tom Kench will be coming out as a targeted ban directly at Chaos Reign. What a strategic...
Trundle ban, this is the first time we've also seen that. This is going completely against both Brosidon and LP Idney being constant players of the Trundle pick this tournament. Both of them doing incredibly well and being such an impervious pick to all damage and just kills. He's just incredibly strong in this.
Trundle has been a strong pick, though underpicked many times during the seasons, as we will see Mordekaiser coming out against Cage the Elephant and Chaos Reign with a Garen ban against Brosidon and Idney.
And we are finally seeing Garen once again going out. Not a big surprise. He's a big pain with that ultimate and how much he just sustains in general. Like, as I said before, he pretty much takes on the same role as Tom Kench, just being a big burden on the enemy team, just sitting there. There's not much they can do, even though he's not really doing a whole lot at the same time. Vladimir being the final ban from the purple team here. Rather red team, that still needs to get corrected. But not a big surprise. He was pretty strong in the last game, and overall the biggest factor to Vladimir is just he has incredibly good scaling, especially in this very small map. I definitely don't believe this. Cage the Elephant, you're not trolling me today, buddy. Definitely not going with that Teemo pick. Volibear has been banned out. I don't believe either player is actually actively wow, that's a mouthful, play the Volibear actually, but who knows? It is still a very strong pick, and we are seeing it being locked in by Cage the Elephant. Kale and Twisted Fate being hovered over by Poseidon's Airweight and LB80. This Twisted Fate has been a very commonly banned pick. I'm a little curious about why, though. I've yet to see anyone play it, so I haven't gotten to see the strength of it.
The ultimate, definitely a threat on a small enough map like this one. While they do scale back the range of it, it is still a huge threat as he can return to a fight, sometimes even before it's over early in the game at level 6 with the death timers.
I suppose one big factor as well is if he gets up in time, he could use his ultimate to just teleport right to a tower and stop them from suiciding.
We will see it swap to Yorick and Gangplank, both extremely good picks overall in the game, not even just on ARAM. Yorick underpicked, though he is one of the strongest champions in the game. Gangplank, newly buffed, newly remade, definitely a powerful force to be reckoned with.
Pretty much going again with the supportish and very heavy carry sort of combo here. The Yorick has a lot of damage and can be pretty much just like a Juggernaut, and I would pretty much classify him in the same box here. He has a lot of sustain, just like the Darius, and just not really as much execution. He's a giant pest onto them. It's kind of interesting seeing that they pick him because he would, along with the Yorick, the Trundle ban, Trundle would actually benefit a lot from him because he would get health back from all the ghouls disintegrating slowly. So definitely good since one of the counters are already off the map as well.
We'll see an Annie pick coming out from Chaos Rain as they will swap it, and Cage will pick up the Annie with Chaos on the Volibear. AP and AD mix definitely going to be a strain as they will have to decide whether or not to go tanky or go damage.
I have the feeling that Chaos Rain's probably going to be going more for the damage, or at least, subtle attack speed here. Definitely going to be, I can't imagine him going full tank in this case, but we'll have to see. Overall, that Annie pick, I'm a little interested because the Tibber stun obviously won't really be able to do a huge amount against the unless she fully bursts down this Gangplank. He will have his heal to get out of the stun and hopefully remove himself some situations, or at least being able to flash the rest of the threat. Yorick still being posable to die. He does have the damage reduction from having his ghouls, so hopefully if they are going to use that Flash Tibbers initiation or even the Mark Dash initiation there, they'll hopefully do it while all the ghouls are gone. 3-minute countdown going on, and we are seeing the official summoner spells here. Not much changing. The Mark Dash being taken by Chaos Rain instead of Ghost, and we are seeing the Exhaust and Ignite being swapped from Poseidon and LB there. Exhaust, pretty powerful. I'm pretty sure he's just doing that to respect the Annie Burst in general, and maybe even use it as a form of CC, of course, which can lead to kills, just like regular Summoner Swift. This is going to be a little interesting. We haven't seen really any game at all like this before. Most people have actually not at all picked any bursty mage characters. We haven't seen any LeBlanc, any the closest we've seen, I believe, this entire game is really, or this entire tournament rather, is a Malzahar pick, and that was fairly good, fairly lackluster. I don't know if they won. I can't remember if they won or lost, but still. Now we're seeing one of the heaviest and most spammable like AP casters in the game, so this will be a little interesting.
I think that one of the reasons it's a very strong pick is that due to Yorick's ulti, he can get basically a third member of the team, and Annie can basically do the same thing with that Tibbers. It also splits up what they have to build on the enemy team, because they have to opt not only for offense, but they need to build defense against that Annie. Because if you don't have magic resist, she will grind through you, as she is a strong burst mage, not only early but late game also.
That is very true, and honestly, for both LP Idni and Poseidon, building into a first item Spirit Visage would not necessarily be a bad thing at all. They both have sustain built into them, but that could benefit from that, on top of getting effective health by reducing the damage of that Annie. Volibear will have a reasonable amount of mixed damage, mostly Mostly magic resist, though, still, even from his ultimate and his W, though, even the bite will be physical damage. That's something they need to be careful of, but given that they both have sustain, especially that Gangplank with the heavy heal, rather than the York just having his build up, I think they'll be okay in this matchup here. And I have to say that Red Team over with LP Idney, I think they're going to have the advantage overall.
Yeah. I'd love to see how this game turns out. I feel like it's going to be a very close match, as we are 30 seconds from entering the game. I give my prediction personally over to Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain for this first game. The Volibear not only is tanky, but with a lot of damage, and that Annie will bring a lot of versatility to the team, while I feel Gangplank and Yorick are pretty straightforward champions.
Well, you guys tell us who you think is going to win in the Twitch chat between LP Idney on Gangplank and Poseidon on Yorick, or Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain on Annie and Volibear. Tell us who you want to win. The game will begin very shortly, as we are entering the loading screen right now. And as you can see, Poseidon and LP Idney obviously have the border advantage and the veteran experience here, though Cage the Elephant and Chaos Rain 77 show themselves as the prodigies of the day and age right now, with the higher rankings at the moment.
And there will be no skin advantage going to either side, but it looks as though Volibear is more experienced on the Chaos Rain than Poseidon is with his Yorick. So again, we'll say it will come down 100% to skill during these matches, as there are less factors, such as other players and champions. And as we head into the game, we will see Yorick pick up the Tear of the Goddess, boots and pots, and a Sheen coming out from Gangplank.
Red Team in general just rushing out of the base very quickly here compared to the enemy team.
Annie will pick up the Seeker's Arm Guard and pots, with Volibear grabbing a Bommy's Cinder and boots. I think Red Team is looking to get an early advantage with a sneak attack onto the blue team. Volibear very tanky already with that AoE damage, and
getting some cools down from the Yorick. Some weird trades going on. Yorick
and he's getting very low already, ignited, but the Yorick looks like he will drop for first blood, and now we will see fighting between the Gangplank and the Volibear as both teams walk away with one kill. Slowly dropping down.
He might be able to get the bite in time. With 2 more seconds, not quite enough, decides to back out. He, if we're going to be fair, he could have continued going. He does have his passive for that extra sustain.
He will drop the Champion Mastery icon onto that Gangplank, showing his dominance very early. Volibear did pick up that first blood, meaning he has a small gold advantage for his team.
Yorick once again going to get flipped by the Volibear, getting very low here. The actual chomp going out, but not going to be enough, barely surviving as Yorick walks away with his life.
Very aggressive in the early few seconds of this game. I wonder if it's going to keep up this aggression, because it seems to be paying off for them.
Annie just taunting with that stun, waiting for them to get in range. We have seen the Seeker's Arm Guard start before. There was a game earlier with a Fiddlesticks, but unfortunately when that game happened, I was a little disappointed because basically they never let the Fiddlesticks farm, and he never got the magic resistant armor that he could benefit from by getting the CS. So, somewhat interestingly though, she does get the CS, I believe, counter for, I'm not actually positive, but she might be getting those CS counters for the Yorick duels as well, so that could be free CS so long as she times them right and gets the last hit. Onto, obviously that's it, onto the Seeker's Arm Guard with a magic resistant armor. It does say killing a unit, not a minion, so I'm going to have to go on that hunch. That is correct. quite an interesting factor here is just those 2 mark dashes from both the blue team members. Volibear going to rush in, even taking after a tower shot there, almost taking a second one. A little unnecessary, in fact. He's going to pop his passive from that after Yorick pops him with the E. But the aggression and power of those 2 mark dashes, the amount of mobility that it adds, you know, it's basically, I mean, exactly what the summoner spell is. It's pretty much like a free Lee Sin Q, and that can just change a lot of fights. Volibear landing the mark dash once again onto the Gangplank. He will toss him though. He's getting very low himself. He will bite the Gangplank to death, however, in the last moment. The red team just doesn't have enough burst right now to handle this guy. Ultimate from Volibear being popped, just pushing the wave. He's still very low, and this Yorick could go for a kill here. Actually, the Annie's Tibbers is going to get popped. It was very close, but not quite close enough, and we're seeing a lag. Hello? Yorick going to get the kill onto Volibear. It looked like he really wanted to die there, if anything, just to buy. He does have 2 kills, and obviously he popped his ultimate in that last moment, I'm sure, just to get the CS for that intent.
Yeah, so he picks up a chain vest and finishes his Ninja Tabby. There's a lot of armor against this double AD team that he's facing. Very smart pickup. I kind of wish he would have just finished his Sunfire Cape, though we will probably see that being finished during the next death.
Very true, and as said, pretty much in every other game, there are certain champions that can benefit from the tier they got us. But we see Volibear going in once again, rushing it very aggressively onto the Gangplank. He bites very early that time, however, in the exhaust and the ultimate from Gangplank will be enough to turn the tide of that fight.
Those Gangplank barrels are a huge threat, and I think he is disrespecting them, not being willing to pay the dues that he should. They ignore 60% of your armor and can crit, so it is a very big threat as it chunked Volibear very hard, but we will see a double kill going over to Annie during that, and the tower dive went through, though I think that they wanted to die there back, rather items, as we see Volibear picking up a Phage, and Yorick grabbing a Manamune.
Sort of interesting when these encounters happen, because all it really does is speeds up the pace of the game. Both people, you know, both members will obviously get the same amount of gold by returning these kills, but yeah, it's just not much to say. The game will go on faster here by doing this. They're going to get the gold they want, and maybe they feel like by doing that they have the stronger later game, so they're going to advance better with it.
A lot of damage going down already onto Chaos Rain here, as he just got back from his death. He's already at half HP. Threat of the Yorick and the Gangplank is very large, and I think that it was underestimated by them during the early game.
We did see the Yorick actually finish. Flash forward, actually tossing the Gangplank. Once again, Annie's stun going to go down, but he's going to use the heal to get out of that very quickly. I'm not even sure if the stun was there for it, however. Volibear still going on to the Yorick, getting that lightning, but nothing going to happen from it. Both ultimates down and the flash from the Volibear, so this is actually a pretty... so that was just very advantageous for the red team there. They did practically nothing and got a lot out of that.
That was very, very good. The Gangplank barrels landed a lot of damage down onto the Annie during that, and it looks as though, I think Gangplank, for a second I thought he had gotten 500 Silver Serpents. I think that may be a disadvantage during this map is that he will not be able to stack Silver Serpents as often, because he will be focusing so much on fighting, which gets rid of a lot of the advantages that he has in a match.
Volibear going to charge in, using the Mark Dash to actually flipping the Yorick once again. He's going to get bitten, but he does pop his ultimate, so he's going to likely die. His passive is popped right now as the Yorick turns onto the Annie. Lots of time left here to go. He's actually still going to return back onto the Yorick. Hopefully he can get a slow. There we go. We see it one last time for the Gangplank, but he actually will walk into the Health Relic.
Very close call for Volibear there, as we will see a trade 1-for-1. As Annie goes down to the Gangplank and the Yorick goes down to, I think, Volibear in that trade. A lot of damage coming out from Gangplank already in this game.
Volibear going aggressive once more. Looks like he just wants to die. It's very questionable, but if we look at his gold, he does have 1300 and does in fact finish that Sunfire cave.
I think it's a more questionable call that he burned his ulti during that suicide run.
Yeah, absolutely, very much so. It's just very questionable. Suiciding is not really a bad thing, especially when you have one teammate up, but, you know, giving yourself, you know, throwing free resources to the enemy team is just very questionable.
Yeah, I think it would have been smarter to wait, maybe die in a fight instead of just give it over to them for free. If he could, maybe they would have won a fight and they could be able to take a turret where he could suicide. Just overall, not one of the smartest plays that I've seen come out of him during this tournament.
He is returning to lane very quickly here, and we do see that Annie has her Zhonya's Hourglass finished. That will be pretty just good in general, whether it's going to be used on the Gangplank ulti or not. Just stopping herself from being able to take damage is going to be a very good ability, especially after she mark dashes into them.
A lot of damage here. I think I just cut out. A lot of damage coming out from Gangplank with those barrels. He would chunk Annie down to about half health, but the Relic will heal her back up.
We're seeing about 1,800, 1,900 gold now on the Gangplank. I'm sure on his next back, for that much money, he's going to be able to buy that Trinity Force, maybe even upgrade his boots into the CDR boots, as we've seen a lot this tournament. After that, the power spike is just going to be very massive, and the damage from those barrels are just going to increase. I don't know if it's going to be enough at the current rate that Volibear is getting armor, because they really don't have any armor penetration, but we'll have to see how it fares.
I think that this is so far turning out to be a very interesting game. Gold generally even with a 500 gold lead going over to the red side.
Annie's stun is up. We might see an initiation here. The barrel is going to go off by Annie, but it's not going to connect to the second one. Annie ultimate going down onto the Yorick, not going to hit the Gangplank at all, and she will back off after that.
Not a lot of burst and a big resource wasted using that Tibbers like that. I'd like to see an improvement on the use of resources from the blue team, as it looks as though they have been very much so willing to just blow their skills, especially ultimates. Actually, I will have to hand the stream directly over to you, Jacob, as I am being informed I must go and do something.
Alrighty, well, we're seeing the Gangplank ultimate going down a little bit poorly placed there. Not really going to hit anyone. I don't think he got the first proc off on him, in fact. So we're going to see the Annie get very low there from that exchange. Volibear is still very low as well, but he does have his passive up at the moment, so you know, it's not really as low as we think. They don't really have a huge amount of burst like Volibear does. They don't have the Garen ultimate, they don't have any hard execution for the most part. Excuse us for the little hiatus and silence here, guys. Trying to work on this really quickly. Flash forward and the anti-Tibbers stun. Wow, camera's just panning out anywhere it wants to right now. Actually going to hit, but it's not really going to be enough. This is just like the whole game in general right now. They really do not have enough damage for any of this. We might be seeing it increase as the scaling does go on, but at the current rate, on this next back, for sure, Gangplank and Yorick can get another core item. It looks like even the Yorick's going to get a Trinity Force as well, using that Mirror Mana. We're going to see some decent harass onto the Yorick, but they have so much sustain, it just doesn't mean anything. Nice Q from Gangplank, almost finishing off the Volibear there. Volibear does have his ultimate and the Mark Dash Flash, but he has so low health that he can easily get taken down by anyone very quickly right now. Yorick stacking up that Manamune, very close to being fully stacked. 500 out of 700 is pretty average right now, but still a very good rate as he's been uninterrupted this entire time, and that's going to be a power spike that they are going to hit this game at the current rate. Locked down under tower, but still, it's Yorick and Gangplank. They have so much combined sustain. He's getting nearly 200 health every E he throws down, especially from the first proc. He gets like 125. Isaac, check your Facebook messages. Valdar going to charge in onto the Gangplank, tossing him, but he's going to get stunned instead. Yorick flashing, he's going to get the, he was going to get the kill, but the Zanjas from Annie will actually let her survive for a short moment as the Valdar does get sniped very nicely from the Gangplank ultimate. Kills may go over to the enemy team right now, but they won enough of that, and actually Yorick not even going to go down to them. As we see LP Idney also getting executed. Lots of items going out from all teams there. The Sunfire Cape was already finished, but the Warmog's armor being built by Volibear. He does have over 3,000 health, barely there, sitting roughly at the 3,150 mark there. Quite good. It's a good item in general. I don't know how much it's going to benefit them. This Volibear has been pretty much the one executing and securing the kills for the most part, but yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know if that's going to benefit them enough, especially with the power spike of the enemy team right now. The Yorick did finish the Trinity Force. The Gangplank got his boots, finished his Trinity Force as well, and he even has a BS sword, likely to go towards a Bloodthirst or Essence Reaver possibly, or maybe even an Infinity Edge. He could go all the way. As predicted, the Yorick is likely going to go for the Spirit Visage, very common item on him, not even in an AP-based opponent right now, so just going to benefit them even more. Mark dash forward onto the Gangplank. He's going to get tossed. Ultimate from Volibear going down. He's going to bite him very soon, but the heal from Gangplank will be enough. He flashes away, but so does Volibear. He gets him with the final auto attack as Yorick is here left fighting 1v2. He does get reduced damage from the amount of ghouls he has out, but he's going to pop his ultimate knowing he's going to go down. Getting very low right now. He's going to try to switch to the Annie a little late to the fight, however. Annie might be able to go down here. It's getting very low. Nice, Zanya's delaying and wasting that time in his ultimate, but he will get the kill in time. And guys, I'm going to be having Isaac, otherwise known as Crippen, joining us as the co-shoutcaster in replace of Glitchy TV. I apologize for that little inconvenience, but we'll have him back.
Hello there, Jacob.
Hey, how's it going? As we see right now, you can spectate me. I'm still in the game, of course, if you haven't already.
Yes.
Just sitting alive. Volibear is not even going to take that turret. It's just going to walk up to it, and it's going to take itself from that last minion, being the real hero.
Alright, I'm just hopping on to the little spectate thingamajigger. Wait, so I can see it live.
Yorick, interestingly, on his last back, I guess this is a smart decision. I shouldn't have been surprised by, but he did actually decide not to finish the Spirit Visage and actually got used that Null Magic Mantle to finish his Merc Treads and then got the Spectre's Cowl.
An interesting thing I've seen a lot, especially on Chaos Reign, is the early Warmogs rushes, which I believe last stream we talked about how Warmogs alone without any health is kind of useless because it does not provide the passive. However, it seems like on the ARAM, it has been a lot
Very
more
nice Mark
efficient.
dash going onto the Gangplank. He actually got that very nicely timed, going through the barrels as they exploded. He's going to try to focus onto the Yorick now as he's still alive. The ultimate goes from Gangplank is going down, but the Zanya's from Annie will once again try to delay it. She will stop him, and she is going to walk away here. We're running into the enemy base as the Yorick is approaching.
And he goes Mark dashes over away to the minion, safe from Yorick. So back to my elaboration on Warmogs, I believe it's pretty interesting seeing how just look at Volibear's massive health regen right now. Just how ridiculous that is. They don't really have to kill themselves because they can just wait for Warmog's heart.
Nice Mark
and
dash
flips
onto
them
the
over.
Yorick. He will flip and then just walk away, and we're seemingly having some connectivity issues as the game is getting paused, as Gate the Elephant on Annie there. Just quit the game.
Ooh, that's awkward. So, how was your day?
Well, it's been streaming this game. It's pretty much been shoutcasting. Next day I shoutcast, then the next day I shoutcast on my days off, man. Rough times, rough times.
Rip.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, right?
Looking at the gold advantage, not really far right now overall between the teams. That Yorick does have the mass amount of his team. It's fairly well divided amongst the other team, though. It's not really huge to say, but at the rate this is going, I have to foresee that the Yorick is basically going to out-tank the Volibear, even being a bruiser and not building very many tanky items, just between the the sustain and damage
he's back.
reduction he gets built in from his passive with the ghouls.
Googles. Can you Google that for me? X-Deal now. ETC.
And he is returning, and we're seeing the game go back.
Let's go.
Gangplank on his last back had actually purchased a Spectre's Cowl as well. Very simple strategy. I think they're thinking exactly what I was thinking at the start of this. Go for that Spirit Visage. It's going to benefit them just in general, just enough from their sustain and the magic damage from the enemy team. Arc Dash from Annie is not available at the moment, so we're not going to be seeing any dash tippers just yet.
Ooh, nice barrel play from Gangplank. Oh,
Dash is
Volibear
going next.
dashes, flips him over.
Exhaust goes down onto Volibear as the ultimate from Gangplank hits the floor as well. He actually runs into the health relic trying to pop that barrel, but it's going to miss. We do see another barrel connect, however, onto the Volibear's passive
Ooh,
pops,
the
but the ignite
tippers misses. They take out the Volibear, and we stuck Lasagna's barrel's right on top of her. Oh, they take her out. That was very, very awkward on Annie's part. Mark dashing and then flashing for that Tibbers, but not quite connecting that. Indy getting just away from that. This will be the inhibitor for them.
Absolutely, and this is definitely going to be an inhibitor as well. We'll have to see. They definitely have time to suicide amongst this as well. Mainly so much damage coming out from those both having a Trinity Force. And if we see right there, Yorick actually just finishes his Mirror Mana into or Mana Immune into Mirror Mana, and that's just going to be another power spike that the enemy team has to face right now. Gangplank, even on top of taking the inhibitor and the first turret there in that exchange, is going for the second one and taking the first Nexus turret. Hey, Croatia hype.
They're talking about, let's see here. He's blonde. Oh, nice place to live.
Well, the blue team just going to walk up, take those minions, and ignore the super minion that's pushing. They'll just let that one go.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's almost there. All right, come on.
Looks like they almost wanted to
And
go
it's
and
gone.
tank that tower, but they really don't have any source of AD or sieging in their kits, really. Annie does have decently long-range attack range. Volibear has some attack speed with his W, but they're obviously not really synergizing or building towards attack damage like the enemy team is.
Poseidon going straight up in that business, but kind of doing mediocre damage at this point. Both sides were ridiculously tanking beyond compare. Gradually and slowly just poking him.
And to no surprise, the inhibitor is pushed, so these minions are pushing with him, so we're likely going to see this next Nexus turret go down very shortly.
Seems like whoever wins this fight is most likely going to win the game. Well, if red team wins, then
They'll at least decide the fate of the
probably,
game.
yeah.
Will it end? That is the
Will it
question.
end? If blue team manages to win this team fight, though, they'll manage to delay it for another.
The Superman is just
5 minutes or so.
attacking the turret, getting a lot of just auto attacks in there. I think they're really underestimating that. It's going to take the tower at this rate. It's actually going to go down first, but still, Volibear going to get hit with the Gangplank ultimate. His passive being popped, and just they're forced to play so defensively here. They don't want this tower to go down,
Ooh.
but Idney is going to flash forward with the auto attack and finish it off.
Nice.
Nicely
Cage
timed
Health is
barrel
taking
on,
massive amounts of
a little
damage.
unexpected
Sanya's
there.
Tibbers falling around Idney. Poseidon's trying to get Annie. Flashes to kill her. Now they're going to turn on Chaos. And I think this is the
Nope.
game here, folks.
Absolutely no chance to stop these sustaining monsters. So the game will end in round 1. Goes to LP Idney's team.
Well, I imagine the Yorick band will be coming out next game.
It's very
Maybe.
possible. I think both bans are. It's hard to say. So long as they can understand how to counter them or pick
Right.
more optimally against them, it might not be that big of a problem. Because Gangplank is also a very big issue. If you look at the damage recap there, I feel like the damage close are gonna be pretty close here. Actually, no, not really at all. Gangplank,
Oh,
I mean, Yorick really decimating that fight with all those ghouls auto attacking for him. Well, good job, and yeah, maybe we will see a Yorick ban on that note. Hint, hint to the players.
Wink, wink.
If you guys could give me invite privileges once again, I need to invite. Well, I don't necessarily need to invite, but I would like to invite our fellow shoutcaster.
It would be very kind to me, dear sir.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Why you no let anyone? Welcome. This is actually the official Riot Games stream. Totally. You should watch
Hi.
us. We're better than
My
Riot.
name is Freak. I got nothing.
What would I sound like?
My
I
name
don't
is
really
Riot
sound like
Freak.
anyone.
Like you sound. I mean, if you like made your voice a little more high pitched, you could maybe like be like D-Man or something, or I don't know.
Who's that female EUS streamer?
I have
Or
no idea.
EU streamer? I don't really know her name, but
Tons of damage.
tons of damage.
Yeah, this is the official Rito channel. All right, the game seems like everyone is ready. And here we go into Champion Select. First ban going out once again, being Darius. I don't blame them on this. And once again, another Tom Kench ban. Probably going to be seeing a lot of similar bans here. Hopefully, they've learned a little bit off that fight, and whether whether the bans change or not. Hopefully, we see some interesting picks here in reaction to what they just played. And Trundle, a once again prized pick of the purple team. The red team here. Getting banned out once more, and so this final ban is going to be the one we're really interested in. The rest, I'm assuming, it's going to be the same, and no one cares.
Yes, I'm joined by my caster Freak. Freak, give us a pun. Just contemplate
Yeah.
the powerful.
I've got it a lot, but like when you just throw it at me, like it's oof, tons of damage.
Tons of damage.
It's like, oh god.
That's all you know.
Yep, that's pretty much how everyone else impersonates Freak. So
Right. I was informed that Idney hates lollies.
and here we go. We are seeing the Yorick ban from the enemy team against LP Idney and his team, of course. Poseidon being the player of Yorick. Little interested in this final ban. I'm not really sure what they're going to prioritize here. There's a lot of options. They I'm sure know by this point Chaos Reigning Cage the Elephant's like main roster and like players, but not
would
sure what
ban
they're going to go
Graves.
for.
Most likely Graves, because Yorick really digs Graves.
And it is Vladimir once again. I think that's a wise choice. Their main solo queue picks are available, but they have been shown to not be necessarily the greatest in all matchups. They were forced to pick first once again here, and we'll have to see how it goes for them.
Oh, the Garen pick, highly contested, especially in the games that we've seen so far. Garen and the villain passive ridiculously powerful at true damage, especially with the fact that there's only 2 people.
I think that's a very smart pick, and I think that's incredibly targeted to the consistent picks of Poseidon and Idni here, because basically he's saying, go ahead, pick the Gangplank, pick the Yorick, pick someone with sustain. I don't care. I'm going to blow your head off and just use that ultimate and just destroy your life. So we'll have to see if they decide to go with these sustaining picks still enough, or if they feel like they can sustain more than they can be dealt and still can out just duel him. We'll have to see.
Ooh, Idni's still picking the Gangplank, not afraid.
I'm not too surprised by that one. He does have the heal, of course, which does do a pretty good amount, but overall it's just he does have really good dueling and damage potential. Jax, Poseidon 08, my man. I have been the only other person who actually participated in the tournament that chose to play Jax, even though I did lose when I had played him. But interesting pickup, and I do like that. That's going to be a very fun champion I'll have to watch here.
I smell some Zion Spartan right here. Ooh, Ramus. Well, that's going to be a pain for Jax. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
Ramus is a very strong pick in general, and I would actually totally approve of that pick. I'm not sure how well it would do it against the GP, but you know, obviously the taunt in general can do no wrong. He has played Singed before. I think it would be a decently good pick. He wouldn't have to rely on auto attacks. The counter strike from Jax would mean nothing, but overall in itself as well, the leap strike from Jax will pretty much negate any fling that the Singed gets off. Even if he does land it, he can just jump right back. And it is being locked in as time has ran out, and we are seeing the final picks here. The summoner spells may change as always, and they seem to change once the timer runs out for this little tiny loading phase here. Very interesting though. The Jax is really like the wild card here. I'm a little interested by it. I don't know how well he's going to play him, because I feel like that, even against the Garen, is kind of a potentially weak pick, really. I'm gonna be honest. The ultimate, you know, we really do yank the chain of that true damage ultimate in every scenario. It's not like it's always going to be able to be used and just, you know, execute someone just because he has it. But generally, you do win trades, and you can pretty much duel anyone so long as you have it up. Interestingly enough, though, he will get bonus magic resist once he activates his ultimate. So in that case, if he does choose to target Jax instead of the Gangplank, if Gangplank is the villain, then there is a situational advantage there, because his ultimate does, of course, deal magic damage when it's not the villain.
Singed and Jax do both have the bonus magic resistant armor on their ultimates, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I'm pretty sure Grandmasters might. And Singed just quite recently caught a buff to his ultimate to make it a little bit stronger for late game. So they will be pretty hard to kill each other, which has been really how the tournaments have gone, where people pick huge bruisers or tanks, and it's the wet noodle fights all the way through.
That's very true. Yeah, the Singed ultimate does actually give bonus armor and magic resist. It gives him, really, it gives him 8 ability power, magic resist, and armor. It gives him so many stats, in fact, and apart from regeneration, everything, including the ability power, bonus armor, magic resist, and movement speed, will give him rank 135, rank 250, and rank 380. So that last rank is a very powerful ability late game, of course, when it comes to chasing at any given point in time.
When I refer to late game, I kind of mean like ARAM late game, which is like 20 to 30 minutes.
It's basically, I mean, late game in general is still just implied by the levels that they have, not necessarily,
Right.
Yeah.
How long it's gone on. Yeah. Dear God, I hope no ARAM ever goes on to 40 minutes. Has that ever happened?
Beyond what?
In this tourney, beyond 40 minutes.
I do not believe so, no.
Thank God.
Yeah, this will be interesting. The Gangplank definitely has some zoning potential with the barrels. Singed might just not care and roll right through them and continue on. The counter-strike from Jax is really the interesting pick here. It's the only CC they really have, so I'm wondering how what kind of use they're really going to make from it. It obviously relies on them being melee range. Singed really benefits from that. You know, Garen also kind of benefits from that too, so it can be used to really stop his spin. Who knows? I'm still just interested in how the Jax does.
Does the Counter-Strike actually stop his spin? I believe his spin keeps on continuing, right?
It may or may not. I'm just mainly pointing out the fact that he'll be able to like stop this Singed in place and run. So his, you know, it'll be very well negated.
Right. But yeah, both champions not really super auto attack heavy. Garen, I guess you could sort of Counter-Strike his Q, but I don't believe it negates. Does it negate the damage? I don't know if you can dodge it. There's some interesting interactions we'll have to look up sooner or later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
But I know his Singed Skyflip, if you've ever heard of Inverted Composer do that, will be stopped by Counter-Strike, which is actually, surprisingly, a large portion of Singed damage.
I've just checked already, and apparently Counter-Strike will not stop the silence of Garen. Very first thing actually annotated on the details of Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike Go. Oh yeah, so by the way, I don't believe the giveaway is actually happening because this is supposed to be a charity game. So
Peter was saying that if we get to 50 viewers, then he would be
We
doing
might?
a giveaway.
Really?
If we got to 50 viewers on the stream.
Oh.
That's a little
Okay.
unlikely, especially this late in the hour, and you know we didn't really have much preparation. But
Tell your friends if you want RP. Just share it on every single group you can find. Share it on League of Honeys. Okay, whatever. Who cares? Just do it.
all right, the game is starting, and we're seeing the Phage and Sheen go out from the Jax and Gangplank once again. Probably going for the Trinity Force build on both of them. Same builds as before as well. Phage being built on the Gangplank, just as it could be on the Jax potentially. He's more than likely going to be building that into the Black Cleaver, and Tear the Goddess being built on Chaos Reigns, not stacking it up as early this time around, however.
Looks like there's just some early game BM going on here. Just dancing around. Oh. Cage wants to take part. Chaos is not interested at all in the BM.
He's just trying to gas all the Poros right now. He has no care in the world.
Oh god. Horrible. Singed early poisoning the minions. They're probably gonna have to go for an early push. Yep. Garen just shredding through them. They're looking to push this all the way up to the turret. Which may or may not be a good thing for them, because it does mean they can just farm safely.
Reasonably so. One thing as we just saw there, that was something I didn't really point out. Gangplank is actually pretty strong in this matchup just because he can freely place his barrels down, and if they ever try to go and stop them, he just blows them up.
Yeah.
They have no ranged auto attacks, so this is going to be very nice for him.
Wave clear is pretty nice too,
Yeah.
especially on ARAM. Not League of Honeys, League of Honey. Peter is scaring everyone away with his bad jokes. Oh, Peter, no! Peter, no!
To people asking about who myself and the co-caster are, my name is Jacob Counter Clockwork Allen, and the other person is Isaac Grippint. I don't remember his last name.
Isaac Jolly B.
Yeah. I'm an admin in League People, and Isaac has just been a helper. He's been a previous admin as well.
Oh yeah. Team speaker and Twitch admin, but yeah. Ripper Eons, let's not talk about those dark times.
A very boring match so far, just some boring trades here. Gangplank actually getting a lot of damage overall, sent over to that Singed, but you know, everyone buys potions at these early levels, so it's not really going to mean much.
We could
Well,
talk
technically,
about CS.
counterclockwork really just means inefficient. Like, it means lazy, in other words. Like, things just not working at all like they should. It's more like chaos in another regard. Nice counter-strike onto the Garen. Not really going to be a whole lot of damage going out. They really don't have many items to support this, however.
That was an interesting thing. He put down the barrel and hit it, but didn't really chain reaction. Strange. Maybe it wasn't in range of each other. I believe both teams have hit every single CS. Oh, nope, Jax has missed one of them.
LP hidden he. Oh, actually, nope, not LP hidden he. That is
That's
Poseidon.
Poseidon.
0 weight.
Oh, he missed another. That's essentially all we're going to be talking about today is CS. It's not doing anything but... Ooh, barrels. That too.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting really close to hitting level 6. Neither team really have heavy initiations. There's no long-range CC ultimates today. This is just really a matter of which teams want to make their move. This is almost like chess we're seeing here, because the biggest initiation on the team and in both teams right now is really that Gangplank ultimate for the slow onto both enemies. Yeah, more BM. It's the battle of BM. Who is going to win the diss battle of this game?
Well, if Garen figures out that he can spam laugh while he's spinning, then he will definitely win the diss battle. And Singed on his own already has BM built into him. If you don't know the new patch notes, where he automatically laughs now whenever he flings.
That is true. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, overall, if this continues to go like it is at the moment, I think this is really going to be more of a benefit for the Stinged right now, just getting these free stacks onto his tier of the goddess. We're going to see a Mark Dash onto Jax. However, he's going to pop the counter-strike. The Ignite goes down onto Singed. He does pop his ultimate since they are level 7 right now. Parlay is going to go forward and actually take the finishing blow onto the Singed
Garen's
using his own
exhausted, they
Ignite.
flash. Jax is taking turret. Garen barely lives.
There's the action we've been waiting for all game. And I'm pretty sure they've started to grow impatient with themselves too, having nothing to do but run around. Garen very low on health, but of course he's Garen and does have his free built-in Warmog, so he's going to get it back very quickly here. Nice Q onto the barrel. I was a little surprised that he did not activate that, but he does get the 10 gold.
10 gold totally worked.
Counter-strike from Jax going on
jumping
to...
in, stun to Garen.
Garen going to turn back and use his ultimate onto Jax.
Just barely. Singed riding on Idney. Going in front of him. Probably isn't fling up anytime soon. Gonna fling him back. Idney's just
like he's
desperately
going
trying
to
to
get
run
this
away.
kill.
He's been Mark dashed. Now he's dead.
The only person who is not backed as of yet is this Garen. We do see the Trinity Force being built by the Jax as well. Looks like the teams want to suicide. He's going to get his suicide. Oh no, the tower is targeting the Singed right now, but it should get him for the... There we go. The elephant has been uncaged.
Reason why Snowball's best spell, man.
It's true. That could have helped him in that case.
Unless it would have ended up like Skarner, where every single time he threw out the snowball, it would have missed, which really, really sucked. I felt bad for Skarner when that happened. And Chaos is casually getting those minions.
We do see the
building
Black
cool
Cleaver
stats.
going down from the Gangplank. Not a big surprise there. Pretty standard build, but
Garen.
going to be powerful for that spin.
You said Gangplank.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
It's okay. You're tired. We're all tired. Don't
I'm
worry
not really
about it.
tired.
You're not?
No, I'm never tired. That's my secret.
He never sleeps. Justice never sleeps.
A little interested in where that Singed is going to go with that Ruby Crystal and Amplifying Tome. I'm not sure if we're going to see a Hunting Geist into a Leandrius Torment here. That would be a pretty interesting item. It does pretty well with the gas.
I think it's Rylas. Ooh, jumping
you are
onto
correct there.
Chaos.
We do see
Ultimate
Gank
comes
for
down.
the...
Knocks him down.
Very nice job.
Garen's
We
taking
do
the brunt of
see
that
the
damage
Singed
with
going
the
down, and Garen is getting chased down by both of them. The auto attacks combined is just too much. They have no escape. Both of them getting bonus movement speed from the bonus effect of Phage and Trinity Force.
Apparently there's a shift going on in the Twitch chat.
are seeing a needlessly large rod being built by the Singed. He's going to be just as squishy as he was before, as we see Gangplank returning to lane with his own Trinity Force. And this is just going to, I feel like it's going to repeat itself at this rate. Not for very long, surely, but we just had the crit from the Trinity Force actually going on to the Singed. Very lucky, but just very high amounts of damage coming down from the Jax.
I find it interesting he builds a Needless. I'm not quite sure what he's going to build that into. Because he did get the components for Rylai's, but then gets the Needless. We'll see. Maybe it'll turn out to be a looted Vector or something.
You see the Garen trying to go in onto the Gangplank with Jax jumping out with the Leap Strike and the Counter Strike for the stun. Exhaust from Jax going down onto Gangplank as he's going to go down. The ultimate from Garen almost being activated, though it would not have been enough to get a kill.
Currently, let's take a moment to say that Gangplank does have 420 kills. Ooh, Brosadin jumps onto Chaos Ray, stuns him with the Counter Strike.
Nice fling. He's just sitting in the gas, so he goes down very quickly. I think that was really more just a greed kill. I don't think he was trying to intentionally kill himself, but pretty close, no less.
Greed, too strong, man.
Garen returning to lane with a chain vest, probably going to go for some sort of armor item, of course. With that, for like the we've seen a lot. The Deadman's Plate is a very common second pickup. Not really going to be doing a huge amount. Obviously, Jax already has his ultimate, so he's just going to womp right through that chain vest. Ultimate from Gangplank going down, forcing the Singe to flash. You can see the Leap Strike connecting, getting the Counter Strikes done, but they are going to get slowed from the Toxic Waste from the Singe there.
Does it have a slow?
Yeah, the Mega
No,
Adhesive is a massive slow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I thought it only slowed if you had Violet. Oh, Jax jumps on with the Counter Strike on the Chaos again.
He does get the Womp attack too, but it's not going to be enough. He's decided to back out and try to go for the Gangplank, but just walks right around him.
Yeah, that only slowed if you had Rylai's on. Yeah, it doesn't slow because he doesn't have Rylai's yet. Ooh, Jax charging the Counter Strike in the bush. Does manage to stun the Garen. Garen drops his ultimate, but goes down. Chaos getting double teamed. Jax dies to the turret.
I think there's a misunderstanding. I wasn't talking about his gas. I was talking about his W for the slow.
Oh,
It's Mega Adhesive.
Parents need kit. Ah. So it seems like we have a delay.
Oh, Kit being referred to as LP Idney in this case, just for anyone's reference if you don't understand what that meant. So we'll just be right back really quickly, and at the moment it's still just going really into Red Team's favor. They've already sieged their first tower right now and are still alive. Obviously, LP Idney sitting on 6-2-0, no 420 anymore. Yeah, 0-3 Jax, the dream. Although he's still very powerful and has a lot of damage that they really can't underestimate. He almost has his components, and I'm sure he has the gold right now. Not just yet, he actually just died, so he did just recently buy that recurve bow, but very close to having his Blade of the Rune King, which is just going to be one more anti-armor threat to the enemy team.
And just to fact check myself, yeah, it is called Mega Adhesive. So
that's what I said.
Yeah, it's the W is Mega Adhesive.
That's what I said.
Really? They said Toxic Waste.
Oh, I said that the first time, but then I corrected myself after that.
Oh, okay.
I kind of said that just because I know that's how it normally looks in his default skin.
Right, but it's a pile of whatever the heck is snow thingy jigger on a Snow Day skin.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't think I've ever seen in the history of 5 seasons, like since they made that change, additionally to his W to like where it'll root them if he throws them into it. I don't think I've ever seen that active. Like I've never seen it happen.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do. That's why most people still they only get it at level 8. It can sometimes happen, but it's very...
Alright, it appears like he may be back. He has not said anything yet, but he might have been communicating to his team, saying that he was ready.
The game's on pause. We'll now resume in 3, 2, 1, begin. Idney did miss that CS the moment he got into the game. Rest in peace, Idney.
he's going to get some good damage onto this tower. Still 5 seconds till the enemy team is up, so he might be able, I'm sure he's going to be able to get it now, especially. No real chance to suicide after getting this, though. So he is going to get that affected gold for their next back for it, but at the moment, that's not going to benefit his friendly Jax or himself. We do see the Rylai's Crystal Scepter being completed by the Singed, along with a Cloth Armor just sitting there.
Garen's still continuing the BM battle. If he does not win this game, at least he will win the BM. Mark going on to Idney. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any dash though. Leap Strike from Jax. Just for fun. And it seems like we're back to early game.
Yep, once again, just constant harass with those barrels if they want any presence. The enemy team might soon start to try to focus onto that tower. Garen could get a lot of good damage on it with his Q. Not seeing anything just yet. Jax going in onto the Singe. He's now popping his counter-strike after the Leap Strike and the W. He's going to continue to attack the Garen. They're in a very healthy state and exhausted down onto Garen. This is not... Idney actually walking away, not going to put himself in range of that ultimate, trying to proceed a little closer in the last moment, but feeling confident as they do finish him off.
Jax's Womp combos are doing extreme amounts of damage.
Very true, and this is what I felt would pretty much be the prevailer of these fights, because Idney, he pretty much just has Sparrow and whatever he can do with his Trinity Force proc and not much else. He's really just a big utility monster right now for the Jax, giving the slow from the barrels exploding and just doing whatever he can.
Ooh, he's not going to be able to suicide. Saw Chaos Rain coming up. Oh, Idney just barely dodging the snowball. Can he escape Chaos Rain?
There is no ultimate from
Mega
Chaos
Adhesive
Rain.
comes out. Barrel again. Shoots it for the speed boost. Chaos Rain's going to back off the chase. Very, 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 very dangerous. That was a really nice dodge from Idney.
Guys, this is just like LCS, completely scripted, so don't worry about it. We're seeing the Blade of the Rune King finished by Jax. He's going to go in onto the Garen, but he's going to just walk away immediately after. With some nice movement speed from that Trinity Force proc, he can easily just escape from in and outs like that.
Oh yes, by the way, this is been recorded. Yes, 5 years ago. Twitch chat.
They're going to go in onto the Garen, just deciding to back out once again, getting that. I think he's actually trying to time the Womp through those minion auto attacks and like jumping on them. That's the smarter decision that people even in the lane do. Ignoring the fling from the Singe, going to jump onto the Garen. A lot of damage coming from onto LB. He's going to live barely. Whenever he's going to go through the gas, he will live. Looks like the gas is not going to be enough. Barely wisely deciding to back out as we see Jax coming in for the final kill. But a nice little Urgot ultimate there from the Singe, actually going to flash forward after he flings the Jax to dodge the counter-strike.
Singe coming in, doesn't look like he can do anything, just immediately gets decimated by the Jax. Jax gets killed by the poison. Garen has 5 seconds before he can come up. Idney's going to BM kill himself.
Yeah, that is...
the game will not end.
It must go on, says LP Idney, as he does actually finish an Infinity Edge. I have not yet seen him do anything with that BF sword he's been able to purchase, and this time he actually bought it in bulk.
Tons of damage coming out.
Enemy team asking if that's the forfeit or if they're going to play on, and it is indeed going to be a forfeit, so the second round win will go over to LP Idney and Versidon 08. As a reminder, this is best of 5, not best of 3s for the semifinal match to decide who's going to third and who's going to go against the other opposing team. I can't even remember who at the moment. Actually, no, is this? No, never mind. Excuse me. This is the finals to decide the winner of the entire tournament. I'm totally backtracking here. Yeah, I'll totally accept you guys there. But this is best of 5, not best of 3s. Once again, reminding. Oh, they did send you an invite this time. I didn't have to do that. There you go. Isaac, you gonna accept?
Oh, yes.
And here we go. Likely going to see the start. As Poseidon said in the chat, we may have to continue the last 2 games depending if they win or not here tomorrow or at a future time, even though the tournament was expected to end today. But being that it's basically the end of right here, this is not really a big ordeal.
As Peter said, welcome people to the People Charity
Standard
stream.
bans going out so far exactly the same thus far. We'll have to see if that York is going to be banned or if they're actually going to wise up and maybe even ban that Gangplank. They already see
There
it, the
it is.
Gangplank from LP, and he's played Gangplank almost every single game of this tournament and seen success from it. So very wise. I'm not sure what he's going to play and thought of that actually now too. York is available, and they obviously just showed they can play Jax very well. So maybe we'll see a combo like that even. And we're waiting on the last ban from Purple Team here. Red Team. Right, please fix that. Vladimir, once again, the same ban as before, being tossed out of the game.
So yes, as Peter said in the chat, welcome viewers. Yes, this is the League People TV2 charity stream. And apparently we are doing the 50 viewer giveaway if we reach that. So, to the people who won RP, share to everybody that you know.
We're seeing a hovering brand pick by Cage the Elephant. That is something we have not seen at all, but I think it's very interesting. It's a very powerful mage in general. And once again, going back to the thought of a few games ago here, where there's really not been many AP casters picked, but he is going to lock in with the Yorick, taking it away from the red team. As we've seen so far, this is definitely a very strong pick with high sustain and very much is just uninterruptible. That obviously benefits his ally as well, especially in these 2v2 matchups. We're also seeing Poseidon hovering on the Jax. Once again, he saw a very good performance with him, and I think that's a very good choice, even with the Yorick in play at the moment. But Yorick, just like the classic joke of he has no counters and all that, it's still... the bar doesn't even exist anymore. That joke's just been destroyed. But even with that, Jax can pretty much be countered. The counter strike, he'll still be able to get the base damage from casting the E, although the ghoul damage will be absorbed from the counter strike.
Oh, he will lock in the Echo.
We are actually going to see him switch over to Fizz. Fizz has been a highly hyped up pick that the audience has wanted to be picked this entire tournament. LP Idney is a very big Echo player. I'm not sure what he's going to build. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going for a tank, in fact, over full AP in this matter. But interesting to see a Fizz pick. That's very good. He's obviously anti-sustain. And just bursty as heck, man. He is going to do a huge amount of damage, and I think that's going to be a great pick against the Yorick.
Kind of interesting having two APs where generally we've seen the balance picks kind of make it difficult for the enemy team to build against. But I guess two APs could work depending on whether or not they focus on the magic penetration. We'll see.
Heimerdinger would be really interesting to see.
Oh,
You
the
could just sit
Doctor.
back and do nothing, but yeah, I highly doubted he was going to do that. We do see the Aurelia pick going out from Chaos Reign. He has actually not played her. There we go, that's kind of what I expected to. He has not played her this entire tournament, so we're actually seeing it going over to Cage the Elephant, being his most played in ranked, and Chaos Reign receiving the Yorick. Time ticking away here, not much to say. It's very interesting, and I want to see how this match is going to go. The Aurelia is definitely a very strong pick on Cage the Elephant. I don't know, like everyone's in really strong positions here to do well. LP Indy has one of his mains, Cage the Elephant has a main, Poseidon and Chaos are just playing pretty much just strong champions in general, so this is really, like I said in many games, going to be a skill match, and we'll have to see how well they can perform.
Oh, all right. Well, we got that 3 minutes, so we can just kind of relax, sit back, and
To everyone in the Twitch chat, share us if you want to take part in that $10 RP giveaway by sharing us and getting us up to the 50 likes for a chance to win our free RP. It's free,
Free.
Where can you go wrong with that?
Yeah.
Tell us who in the Twitch chat who you think is going to win. The summoner spells may change. Actually, no, they will not change anymore. Excuse me. They have changed right now. We do see 2 exhausts on Chaos Reign's team, as well as 1 from LP Indy there. But tell us in the Twitch chat who you think is going to win, and if you think LP Indy's team with Poseidon is going to take the final win to take the victory for this entire tournament.
yes, I would totally vote for Peter Gomez, President 2020.
Well, I think everyone would vote Peter over Trump at this point.
Peter over Kanye West.
Oh, over Kanye too as well. Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god. But let's not talk about politics on that.
Fluttershin, this is not a polled vote. This is just bring the hype. Tell us who you think is gonna win. Not many people really interact in the Twitch chat, so we don't really care to do the straw polls anymore. It didn't really work out incredibly well last time, and I don't expect it to right now.
Yeah. Hashtag TSM. Yeah, tweet us out on our Twitter book. Hashtag. Do they have team names, or we're just there?
There are team names, but they're quite random. And given that this is a 2v2, I have not really given much effort to really remember them, considering how quickly the matches have ended.
Okay, well we'll just set up names right now. So Idney and Poseidon's team will be. Dang. You can't really mix anything with that.
I would openly go to the bracket on Battlefy and check them out for you guys, but Battlefy, I don't know what their website does, but it literally crashes in my browser almost every time I open that thing, so I'm not going to.
Okay, so it looks like 1 vote for Idney. Just Idney, not even for Poseidon. They just want Idney to win.
Well, who are you going for, Isaac?
Me? Well, the thing is, I'm a little bit torn between these 2 teams because of Chaos Reign and Cage. We've been commentating on their duo queue games, and we're really close with them. But at the same time, Idney and Poseidon.
Hey! Whoa! It's important to have shoutcaster integrity and not have a bias. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You gotta maintain your composure here.
Excuse me. Idney's team is gonna win.
If I'm going to put my money on it, I think on paper, I don't know really which one will win. Idney has a lot. There's so much skill potential between that Echo and the ultimate and the dashes as well.
I feel like team comp-wise, Yorick and Aurelia are really strong as we.
I think this really depends on the builds we're going to see between the teams. The mechanics of the teams are very close, and so much, just in-out stun potential. Potential is just open to gain on the enemy team. So really, I think what's going to happen is I'm going to really honestly put the weight on on Chaos Reign's team, hoping that the Irelia, it's really relying on her to carry through this early portions of the games and to see if they can actually get enough damage. And she's obviously very reliant on attack speed and getting a lot of true damage from her W. So we'll have to see, because obviously in the last matches we've seen with Chaos Reign and the Irelia together, it usually is Irelia runs in, stuns, and then there's some follow-up. But Yorick's follow-up is not incredibly high. He really just has his W and his E, and that's not very bursty overall.
Oh, early game fights going on. Idney getting hopped on by Irelia and the Yorick. Ooh, he took a bit of damage there. But yes, we haven't exactly seen Echo or Fizz, so we don't exactly know how they will do. And we've seen a ton of Irelia and Yorick. So
Between,
have a grasp with that.
between the teams, the Irelia and the Yorick obviously have a massive amount of sustain over the enemy team here.
Yes.
Irelia not incredibly high, but definitely noticeable and present. Neither of them really went for the Duran's items. We obviously, every game have seen Idney and Poseidon go for the Duran's items, whether it's Blade Ring or whatever. So no real surprise there, and they're really just going for that early game item optimization just for the stats that they can receive here.
As we can see in the chat, Fizz, this kid horrible Echo. Same, I suck at Irelia, to be honest. My dad is horrible too. Some nice playful banter going on between these two teams.
Fizz starting to go in, gets some decent harass, going to pull in, uses E to get out. Very nicely done. Irelia starting with that Sheen is actually going to be a very powerful tool for these early games, and obviously we saw in that early trade against Idney, I 100% believe that's exactly why they came out on top.
Let's just hope that 4.5 day stun. Oh boy, Irelia. Balanced stun. Thanks, Rito. What Fizz skin is that?
That would be his Chroma. Yeah.
Chroma skin?
Yes, that is.
Echo jumps
Echo
in
going to get the first
immediately.
blood, the Ignite going down onto the Yorick. Fizz getting very low as well, but he will actually flash away. Kind of roaming back into range. That might be a little dangerous, but he does run into a health relic. Very well timed, actually. I think he was aware of the timer going up at 3 minutes 10 seconds and did get that very knowingly.
Assassination comp really playing off for them. Yorick, is he buying items?
Once again, expecting to go in with that stun. And that's pretty much what we're seeing here. That's exactly how the last fight played out with the Yorick death. We do see the Yorick finally moving. He's getting the Merc Treads and just some more potions, and now is taking his way out of the base.
Yes. And I believe they nerfed AD's Fizz, so it seems like AD Fizz is a lot more. Oh, Echo dropping down.
A little cut out of position, but Fizz is going to get taken very low. He does drop the Shark, getting level 6 very early on here compared to the Yorick, who just returned to lane.
Idney's beating Chaos Reign's face in at the moment.
He does have his ultimate, so he's likely going to have no fear in doing this. Popping in the last moment before the last tower hits him. We'll take one more after restoring some health.
That was actually a really nice play on Idney's part, where he saw that Irelia was kind of overextended, so he dropped his parallel convergence slightly ahead, which
could have
forced
played
her
easily.
to either go into it or to just walk right into her, which is essentially what she did. And that managed to catch her out of position. So a very nice play right there on Idney's part.
Absolutely.
Obviously, you can see his Echo skills are shining through this game.
And it absolutely could have worked in the blue team's favor if that Irelia was a little more patient and waited for the Yorick to appear. But no less, I don't believe she got level 6 before she died. I think she got it pretty much as she died. In fact, it's because of that they easily paid for it. Irelia on her last back, picking up the boots and the components for the Phage there. As always, going for the first item, Trinity Force, very strong, and we're likely going to be seeing that following suit with the Yorick as well. And some more, you know, mastery BM here, but Irelia being the silent rager there in the bush. You know, she knows she's better. She doesn't need to show it.
She wants to show everybody here on the stream.
Fizz going in,
Fizz.
trying to get some more
Really
harassment
right
once again.
Playful tricks
Not
is
really expecting the
getting
Irelia
punched
to
by
Q and use
Irelia.
her ultimate to go in, getting the kill.
Very bad part on Fizz to try and play for Trickster up in that business, but Irelia reacted very quickly, punished him for his mistake.
Echo's ultimate is
perhaps
going to
he
be
was
up
trying to
very
kill
soon. Very low on health, and he doesn't have flash or exhaust, so he's very likely to lose the next trade. York's exhaust is going to be up nearly at the same exact moment as the Echoes, though, so the next trade, we'll probably see that happening. I'm not really, you know, but just have to see how it pans out. Exhaust is really a fight changer, so mainly from the slow alone, even at that. Fizz on his last back, building into the Sorcerer Shoes and the Aether Wisp. Looking like he's going to go for that extra added burst with the...
Dropping down the
Shark going down onto...
Shark's in. Chaos Ring immediately pops his ultimate. Is going to go down. Aurelia is exhausted. Idney's right on her tail. Aurelia is beating him around.
Nice
Idney
ultimate
is
from
forced
LP
to
Idney,
ult
getting his way out. I think there's someone expecting that, knowing the play style of Echo. Ignite is going to take Irelia, and Fizz is going to get the kill.
That was a very interesting fight there. Nice setup from Brosidon and Idney. Parallel convergence and that shark kind of zoning them all in together in one little area. Looks like Brosidon's gonna go for the suicide.
Very small decision actually right now to go for that Morale Automacon on the Echo. It's just a very good, obviously, anti-sustain counter item in general, but we haven't really seen many people pick it up since we really haven't seen many AP casters in general this tournament.
Might have really caught him off guard when they banned out the Gangplank and then immediately pulled out the AP comp.
That's very true. And we're finally seeing the Phage being built by the Irelia. She does once again have the components for another piece, going for the Zeal next, and Trinity Force is soon to be in her hands. Fizz picking up a Sheen, actually using that Aether Wisp to go for... oh man, my brain is like hurting right now.
Lichbane.
Lichbane, correct, yeah. You'll have to excuse me. So I want to get some harassment again. Once again, getting the Q in, and just popping right back out.
Fizz has learned his mistake. He knows now to Q it instead of Cliff Trickster.
Ultimate going in onto York. The exhaust is dropped onto him right before the Shark actually eats.
Chaos Ring dodges out of it right on time. He's still taking a large amount of damage.
Nice to sustain. The E saves him, but Fizz is going to use his Q to go back in.
Onto him. Aurelia does not get the stun. Fizz is going to get away scot-free.
Manamune being purchased by York. Obviously, the early game lacklusterness of that item and material that got built in general are showing right now, and it could build and actually benefit him in the later game, of course, but we'll have to see how well they actually perform it by giving up these many kills.
We are currently at 19 viewers, so good job, keep sharing.
22.
22? I'm not counting us and the bot. Unless we count as viewers. Do we count as viewers?
I'm pretty sure Peter doesn't care. So long as he sees the number 50, he'll probably defeat it.
Casting seems out of sync. Ooh, Irelia jumps in onto the Fizz.
This is going to go down. The
York.
stun from Echo is not going to be in range. Just kind of trying to bait them under tower, hoping they would go for the Fizz, but not going to happen. They get him down anyways.
Parallel Convergence barely stuns Chaos Ring, nicks him at the end of it, gets him. He's gonna ult back in onto Cage the Elephant. Cage takes one turret shot. Idney's about to... There he is. Now he smacks him.
Very nicely done job. That was the tower shot actually kind of helped him take out the Irelia in the very last moment there. Very well done and well played by LP Idney. Looks like they might be able to get this first tower here with that Lichbane from Fizz, getting a lot of bonus damage in. Easily done. Not sure if they'll be able to get this the execution, however. It doesn't look like they're even going to try. They're just continuing to push.
Yorick trying to be a little aggressive here, but taking a lot of harassment from the Fizz, who can just get in and out. He basically is the range projectile. And the Fizz ultimate is already up, turning onto the Irelia. She gets exhausted by the LP Idney there, and she's going to go down to Poseidon as she got very close to taking out LP Idney with the Trinity Force she had.
Poseidon, Urchin strikes onto the Yorick. Playful Tricksters clear out that wave. Yorick's turning back on him though. Looks like, it kind of looks like a bait. No, Yorick's not gonna bite. Like, Playful Tricksters back in. Oh, Fizz making some risky plays here.
A lot of decent trading going down now. This is really the point where the Yorick is starting to get tankier, and they really can't just burst him with the ultimate. He does have his, he does not yet have the exhaust up. That's very hidden, slightly on the cooldown. It'll be up in very short moments, likely for the next team fight, and we are seeing once again the Fizz ultimate is almost up on a very short CDR right now, and there's the Mastery BM.
I feel like they know that they might lose early, but once they get all their magic resist items, Yorick is, Yorick's gonna be unstoppable.
For the most part, yes. I think the burst between Fizz doing percent of health on his active W and the Moralanomicon, I think they'll have a chance at that, though. It's still very much favorable and possible that they can outscale them between that Irelia and the Fizz. And the Yorick. Irelia going to go in onto the Fizz, but he's going to just walk away. He does have the amplify. The Lichbane's proc right now, but it's not even going to risk going back in. He's just going to get the relic, and they're going to disengage after heavily losing that trade. Irelia's ultimate was used in that fight, however, so if they do get some burst on her, she is going to go down.
Poseidon dangerously low. Idney doesn't have much health either. This might be the first turret for Chaos Ring. Parallel conversion gets the stun off on Yorick. Takes a few turret shots, but still alive and healthy and BMing.
The exhaust from Yorick is up. It's the only one of the 3 on the map right now that is available. The next team fight from that alone could easily go into their favor. We'll have to see. A lot of time can be bided just by the mobility and obviously the untargetability from the Fizz troll pole. Irelia trying to go in onto the Fizz, but the troll pole will help him get out of that unscathed. 13 minutes in right now. This Yorick has 480 out of 750 on his tier. Not really the best run for his money just yet, but still a strong item, and obviously is going to have a huge impact on their scaling, which it looks like they are going to reach at this rate, that late game scaling portion.
That's Sustain heavily beating out Idney and Poseidon. They're just living off the shrines right now. Eventually, though, something's got to give.
Irelia's ultimate is up right now. I'm sure she might try to turn. There she goes. She puts the E and Q onto LP Idney. He has no chance to retaliate and use his ultimate through that stun. Exhaust going onto Fizz under tower as the Yorick pops his ultimate onto himself, and he's actually going to use his E onto a minion, but he's going to get ignited by the Fizz as he reinitiates using the troll pole to get away. Really going to close the distance with her Q, and that is enough damage, and Yorick's actually going to pick the kill with his ghoul. First tower going over to the blue team, second tower down during this game. Very nicely done. They won that trade very well, but that was only because of LP Idney not being there. He is back now. He has his own Lichbane. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to trade well. They both have the phase proccing items here. The sheen proccing items here. We do see Irelia popping the BM here as she just slowly walks away, popping the stun and just continuing on.
on the last back, we do see the York coming back to lane with the Black Cleaver, just another item, not really even so much for the armor penetration, making use of that against the enemy team, but just generally the health and the damage combined alone will just make him turn into this giant sponge with spikes.
With spikes. He lives in the pineapple under the sea as well. CS generally pretty spread out. However, there does seem to be a significant gold lead.
Stun from LB, it might be going down. It's actually going to connect to the York. It is going to target York as well. The ultimate going down on himself. He gets exhausted, but they actually choose to change focus to the Irelia for some reason. They're trying to escape. I'm not sure what they were doing. York nearly going down, but he will get out of this alive. Blue team should easily be able to get this next turret for themselves, maybe even the inhibitor at this rate. With 15 seconds until Fizz is up, it looks like that's going to be the case. They have plenty of ghouls that York can summon just to tank for them.
This might be the inhib.
The surrender vote going down by the red team. One match into the favor of Chaos Reign 7-7 and Cage the Elephant.
So is this 2-1 right now?
That is correct.
Alright. 2 more games. See what decides their fate. And yeah, to hop onto the Dama bandwagon chat right now, yeah, I believe so. He most likely will be the new champion. I don't know what they're gonna do with Aoshin. I don't think Aoshin's gonna be a thing anymore. They've killed him, sadly.
They have said many times that they want him to be a character, but they feel like he would be too powerful for like the realm of League.
Oh, come on, man! They have Jax. They could just limit his power. You know, give him a lamppost instead of wind.
Yeah, I'm looking at my watch as well because I work tomorrow.
I might be able to cast one more game if Indy's team does not win this game. Then, and it goes on to the last 5th game. It might be just you, buddy. I'm sorry.
We are seeing the final match, not the final match, but the band's going out. Tom Kench, the sides are reversed right now, so the first pick will be on LP Indy's team here. So Tom Kench being the first band, no surprise. Probably going to be seeing a lot of the same standard bands here.
Tom Kench, there he is. Most likely, maybe Vladimir, or maybe they might buy an Aurelia this time. Stop that from happening.
It's a possibility. She's a very strong, well-rounded pick. I don't know if it's really worth it, though.
There goes the Vlad. Gangplank bad? There it is.
And just waiting for the last band from the blue team.
How long do these tournaments last? This is the 4th game out of 4 out of 5. These are best of games, best of 5 games.
Not a surprise there. York finally being banned.
Generally 20 minutes, I guess, per game. That's kind of the average.
Yeah, 20 minutes or less usually.
Yes. So I would assume probably another 40 minutes, assuming they go on to game 5.
And Trundle being the final ban from the red team. Mordekaiser being locked in, finally not being banned. This will be the first time I think we've seen him this entire tournament, even in the times he hasn't been banned. Interesting picks. Chaos Reign looking like he's going to go for this Fiora, and Cage the Elephant going for the common Irelia. No, no, you guys can't fool
Come
me.
on.
You can't
Come
fool
on,
me. Get that meme out of here. I don't like. No.
Get that meme out of here.
The Urgot pick, however, is pretty viable, and we have seen it once before this tournament, so I would not be surprised if we did see it again. And the Urgot is being locked in, and we're likely to see, there we go, the Irelia being locked in as well. LP, isn't he? Not going to play Bard. No, you're not playing Bard. You're not playing Bard. Don't do this. You're not playing Bard, man.
No, like, come on, Bard, 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 Bard.
He won't do it. He won't do it.
Come on, Idney.
He doesn't.
Do
Nah,
it, Idney. Bard.
he has no meeps. He can't do it.
No, he's got the memes, I believe.
No, I said meeps.
Um,
He ain't got no meeps.
the memes.
He will not do it. The Echo that he played previously is still available at the moment, so would be a reasonable pick.
Garen.
Garen as well, also still a considerable pick, and he does lock in with the Garen. Just moments away now as we wait for the small little counter to here to go down where they can choose their runes and masteries. And after that officially goes down, the summoner spells will adjust. For some reason in the spectator view they do not change until the final moment.
For people who want to enter the tourney, sorry, the signups have already closed. However, you can enter the next tourney. I believe there will be another one coming up. So, if you want to join the 2v2 charity tournament? No, it's not by Riot. It's just a joke.
These are not by Riot. These are by Rito. They're different companies. Okay. Don't confuse us. That's disrespectful. Don't compare us to that trash company. No. If you would like to compete in the next tournament, as I've been told by Peter, the next one is more than likely going to be a 5v5 Summoner's Rift. As we've always done, it will be a free one. This was a donation one where you had to donate to our charity cause to volunteer, but it was only, at minimum, $1. It wasn't much, and it was for a good cause. The next 2v2 tournament, we do not have a direct date for, if that's what you're more interested in. However, we are definitely looking to hosting these a lot more consistently, and that's why this one only was hosted for this weekend, in fact, from Friday to Sunday, and we're looking to end them as well as host them, much more consistently, so we don't have very many schedule issues, which usually the 5v5s present. Excuse me. But look forward to them. We definitely want to do more. Well, overall here, it's kind of interesting. I don't really see a whole lot of situations going into the favor of the red team here. Mordekaiser is just a very strong pick. They've got the Juggernaut squad on the blue team here. Urgot can be very powerful. He can get a lot of good harassment off, but I mean, all this Garen has to do if he gets harassed is just sit back and do nothing. Mordekaiser, obviously, if he takes too much damage, will obviously receive damage, but he naturally has a shield as well. In those kind of moments, we might be seeing the Mordekaiser extending and over-committing to some farm or something, just trying to show off the strength of the shield, and I'm assuming Irelia is going to go in at that point. Between the Urgot and the Irelia, I'm not really sure who's going to be dealing the most damage and who's going to be the carry in this case. Urgot's just an odd pick that stands out in a lot of weird places here, so interesting where it can go. I'm not sure what to think. I have to think that even disregarding the Mordekaiser pick, which that stacking Q is just unreal, that he's probably going to be using that on Irelia and turning very quickly in terms of trades, because I'm sure Rainman is going to be building the standard Urgot, which builds some form of Rainman, that's right, Chaos Rainman. I'm sure he'll be building some resistances, which will definitely negate a lot of that. So in general, I'm sure the focus is going to be on this Irelia, and when you know, and even disregarding that, obviously LP Idney on Garen, he does have that true damage ultimate, which we have seen to be a very powerful ability in general. So.
Didn't D-Man leave Riot?
And that is correct.
Oh. Oh, now he's a caster for Counter-Strike.
He still is a big, like, friendly person with the whole League of Legends community. He comments on a lot of stuff and tournaments going on. You know, he still watches and follows the whole scene, though. He's a good guy.
Cool. I've never heard of him. So.
You obviously weren't here for season 2.
I was here for season 2. I just didn't watch LCS in season 2.
Did you watch Worlds? Because he was a big part of Worlds when the power went out, and he was one of the shoutcasters there that were there for hours after they were having technical issues. Hey man, I'm just saying, it's a part of the history. It's, okay, anyways, getting into the game now. Let's see, what's going to happen. Going for the standard build, and looks like we're seeing a pattern here of just Rain, I keep wanting to call him Rain Man. Chaos Rain going for a Tear the Goddess, just playing tier-orientated champions. Between the York, Singed, and now the Urgot.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
Snide Nerf FHLG Glash DJ Desad at Dad SD.
Desad is Dad SD.
I think Desad is a Islamic. Obviously, Garen is very offended by that. Oh, interesting. Mordekaiser picked up the Relic Shield.
I think that's a very strong build in this map. It's obviously going to provide them sustain on their own accords too. They'll share the CS, and that's one big factor. They'll have to. I think that's actually really good for these 2v2 matchups.
Hey, Idney knows how to do the dance spin. I applaud him. He knows the BM.
We have seen in the earlier matches, earlier rounds, we did see teams constantly picking up Zeke's Harbinger. We have not seen it since, although I thought that was very interesting because it obviously benefits both users on the team. In the same regard, this Targon is going to use the same effect.
Ooh, Garen silences Aurelia. He's doing some steady trades. Broside and Iron Man sucking up that damage. In the bush BM for your viewing pleasure. Alright, see ya, Dennis. Thank you for tuning into the stream.
Not much harassment for the blue team here. That Mordekaiser does have one ranged ability, but you know, not likely that he's going to be getting that off instead of as harassment instead of using it for farm, and also a shield builder, of course, on the minions. Looking for a little bit of an
jump in
exchange
on
here.
Chaos Rain. Garen spinning to win.
Lots of damage going onto Irelia. The Ignite is going down. The last auto attack will take him with Mordekaiser's Ignite. Or actually not, that was Garen's Ignite, but I'm not... Well, it goes over to Mordekaiser. But very, very good damage there coming down from him. The stacking Q, as previously said just minutes ago, doing immense amount of work on that Irelia.
Too bad there's no Dragon Force on this map. That'd been cool though. Nothing really much going on in this early game.
LP seem looking very strong so far, though. This, of course, could be the end. So, guys, tell us in the Twitch chat, who do you think's going to win? This is just the decider, as always.
Chaos Reign's team on the red team here must win if they're going to compete for the first place position here, or else they're going to land their spot in second if they lose. Currently, they have 1 win against the 2 wins of
Stack
LP
Q hits Chaos Reign. Ult comes down, but Chaos is going to get out. Ooh.
And we're seeing a pause here. No word of why just yet. The parents again. So LP Idney will be just taking a short little break here.
He needs to move out. Yeah, hashtag on LOLCS Esports.
LP Gaming House.
Hashtag, oh, sorry, Rito Games, hashtag C9 win, or hashtag TSM win. Wow, wow, tell your parents to eat my butt. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's very true. Pausing to get Samsung White players. BRB.
Idney like switches over. Tag me in, man.
So far, we almost see 200 gold split and shared between the two blue team players right now. The CS does add, even if Mordekaiser does get the CS, when the stack goes to the Garen and gives him the health, it will add 1 CS to his score as well. So that just pretty much accounts for the little bit of the CS gap there. I'm sure if that was not the case, that the Urgot and Irelia's farm would pretty much be equal. It's pretty much how every game so far has gone. They've been very close on farm in almost any matchup here. And it looks like they are ready once again, throwing out that R question mark. And here we go.
My penis belongs in my mouth. Tyler 2K15. Oh god. Work in 20 league more important. They gotta win this, or else we will have to move on to tomorrow to finish the games.
Or rather, the game, because it'll be 2-2 in the next match, regardless of who wins this. If Red Team does win this, actually, will be the decider. Acid Hunter getting some good damage onto the Mordekaiser. Shield absorbing a little bit, but he still obviously came out on the lower end of the stick there in the end.
Furani believes that Mordekaiser and Garen gonna win this easy. Shadow Isles X Demacia.
Good job targeting the Garen. He's the only one with the silence that can interrupt the teleportation there. A lot of good damage going on to the Mordekaiser. The stun from Irelia going down while she was on the lower amount of health there. And Mordekaiser's just doing to walk away, but nicely done. I was really hoping the Urgot would be prioritizing that the Garen in this case, because Mordekaiser has nothing to really stop him.
Will they dive roast item? Looks like they're quite afraid of that.
I believe they've been aware. The Garen's on his way at the moment. They might be paying attention to the death timers. So Irelia does have exhaust up in short moments to follow, so we might be seeing another team fight coming in sooner.
Irelia is the villain right now, so she does have to be careful. Garen is going to get engaged on her, spinning all over.
Her, barely getting past. Ignite going down onto Irelia. We're going to see the
exhaust
ult.
goes down.
He tried to ult, but she died first, in fact.
Now they have 3v1 against the Urgot.
Irelia going for the Urgot.
They're gonna dive. Garen
We see the
immediately
spinning going
flashes
onto him. He
the
does have his
Urgot.
ultimate. He's trying to get past the shield, but he's going to trade and turn right back around as the Noxian charge does land on the
goes
on the Garen.
back in.
He's going to. He does have his ultimate still. He's just not casting it. He's trying to get in range. It must be really hard for him just without trying to risk the death of turret shots here.
They will get the first turret. Aurelia jumps in, starts popping her ultimate.
Garen's
Chaos
been being
Ring
popped.
goes
No
down.
surprise there. He's had it up this entire time. Looks like Irelia's going to get a second pickup here very easily. Garen just walking into the bush, being the master of, pretty much all vegetation in general. And we're going to see the second killer finally going over to the Irelia. On that last back, she did buy that Trinity Force, so her power spike in damage was pretty massive overall from that fight.
Looks like we will be seeing the AD Bruiser Mordekaiser come out. Quite an interesting pick. Steals that health back. Nope, you ain't getting this earlier.
If I recall correctly, a lot of people, even though, Mordekaiser does pretty much have all AP scalings, his Q, if I remember correctly, is something that has an AD scaling that actually is almost more than half higher. Actually, the guy really going in onto the Mordekaiser. Nice ultimate from the Urgot onto the Garen. Urgot left here alone. He's getting the ultimate onto a lot of damage going down.
He is extremely low right now, but the ticks from the ult will not be enough to take him down.
But I do believe the AD scaling on his Q is massively higher for some unnecessary reason.
Yes, 36 bonus. It does magic damage, but if you build AD, it skills. That's Garen
Really
going
getting
in
spin on.
silence
She is
onto
the villain.
Aurelia.
She's
He
going
does
to
have
get
an
ulted. She
ultimate,
does pop
but
the
it's
stun
not
to
gonna
get some
come
nice
out.
distance.
Garen's getting antsy. He does want to ult one of the villains or Urgot.
Both members of the red team very low right now. They really have no position to trade any of this, especially with the Garen ultimate being available.
Sustain coming out ridiculous. Aurelia stuns that Garen. Garen's angry.
Garen does not have his flash to proceed forward, but he's still going to try as much as he can for those ultimates. Nice harassment from a distance with the Acid Hunter onto the Garen. Need more of that if they really want to come out on top right now. Aurelia queuing in, kind of baiting in the enemy. She is going to get a spin on, and the ultimate will go down.
By the ultimate. He does get managed to stun him.
Exhaust
comes
going
in on the Urgot. Third Q is gonna bop him right in the face.
Very nicely done. Irelia had her ultimate up as well as the Urgot. I think in the last little moments of there it came up, barely. But unfortunately they were not able to use them.
I anticipate the suicide coming in from Mordekaiser and Garen. No, he will not be able to get the suicide. Cage the Elephant has respawned. Mordecai gets his Triforce.
At the moment, it looks like the Urgot is going for a Triforce of his own with that phage.
Garen's the only one not partaking in tons of damage. Or maybe he's getting Black Cleaver. I would assume he's getting Black Cleaver. That would make a little bit more sense than try. Garen's back to full health already, thanks to this passive. Really, an Urgot looking to shove this up. They're going to be stopped short, however, because Mordekaiser is back up. Oh my god. The boppage is horrifying.
All ultimates up except for the Irelia one at the moment. This next team fight will be pretty close. We're going to have to see if the Urgot ultimate will be able to reposition and bide enough time for someone to die.
I think we just saw him get a lucky crit right there on that minion. Try first OP. Aurelia gonna stun.
Acidic charge going on to both the Urgot and the Garen. He's getting a lot of acidic hunters onto them, but it's not going to last long enough to get locked on. Once again,
Indy turns in
going to
on Cage
miss
the elephant. Goes side and smacking him around.
all the damage going onto the Aurelia. She's going to focus onto the Garen, or the Mordekaiser rather. Ignite will take the kill as we do see Urgot is becoming the villain. Ultimate is up and he will flash away, but
Garen's going to be the only one that comes out on top of this team fight. He will get this inhibitor. Most likely will commit suicide in order to get his items. And once again,
very quickly looking like the game's rotating into the blue team's favor with not really much surprise with this whole Juggernaut meta at the moment. They have 3 kills above and actually 2.4k gold in the lead. It's quite massive overall. Urgot being stuck very behind is the lowest. Urgot stuck very behind is the lowest gold on the map, and he has built his Metamune, but it's not really close to finishing, and it's obviously been holding him back a lot, and that gold value is just increasing that redundancy overall. Moment, if red team wants a chance to win this, they really need this Urgot to start scaling. He needs resistances, he needs this armor, because and it's especially easier considering that the Mordekaiser is built AD. But at the moment, he's just so squishy in these team fights. He pops his ultimate and gets the resistances, but he can't really do anything with it. He hardly has any damage without any just without anything really else to do except for Q them. His auto attacks aren't doing a huge amount. He's trying to get the armor penetration onto them with Black Cleaver, but it's just being a little lackluster. Garen pretty low on health, but Garen's spinning towards him. There is no villain right now as we see him get hit with the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough alongside the Mordekaiser ultimate there. Mordekaiser stuck between 2 enemy team members right now, with the Aurelia being very low.
they're just kiting him around right now. Trying to get him down a little bit further.
Urgot shield and the Acidic Hunter will
Urgot, gonna knock him out.
insane amounts of damage. The stun and Aurelia going to walk away. Whew. That damage even now is very overwhelming, I have to say.
Yeah. They're underestimating the third bot bitch, man.
And I guess that's why they call it the item Triforce, you know? So, yeah.
So you want to take turns casting? You cast one team fight, I'll cast the next. That way don't overlap each other.
No need for that right now.
No need for that? Alright.
The Deadman's Plate is being picked up by the Garen. Once again, just a pretty good item in general. It gives movement speed, some bonus damage when he does decide to get his Q.
Interesting thing I haven't really seen from many Garen. It's something I do personally. Static Shiv.
Reasonably good, maybe similar to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah.
Obviously, one just gives more wave clear, and the other is just a higher amount of movement speed and kind of cost of that.
Yeah, and also no one expects the magic damage, plus the crit on his E. Pretty great.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, Garen flash Qs onto the Aurelia. Doesn't seem like she can do much. Oh, she does have.
He does have Ignite and Ultimate up, so in the next fight he could, or next engage he could get them. Ultimate from Urgot going to actually go on to Mordekaiser, but this time actually deciding to choose him. He will go to do the fate of what he's chosen this entire game. He's put it on onto the Garen this entire time to stop the Q from happening, and this time that's exactly what happened because he didn't do it. And it looks like this is going to be the end of the game, with the final victory going over to LP Igni and Poseidon 08 for the first place position in the 2v2 tournament.
50 gold. Good job to Igni's team. Both teams played very well. I would say that was actually really, really close.
That was much more of what I expected out of the final match in this 2v2 tournament than what that was more than I expected, to say the least, because being a 2v2 tournament, I was expecting a little bit, not necessarily unskilled matchups, like comparing, like not like bronze versus diamond or anything, but I was kind of hoping we'd see some more interesting and goofier strategies, but no. They were really competitive about this, and they both came very close. LP Idney, though. Yeah, Smite. LP Idney, though, and Brasidon 08 showing they had their compositions much better and more mapped out than any other team in the tournament. They did a very good job choosing a lot of sustain, and obviously, as we saw in the last match, they're the juggernauts. You do not want to underestimate those powers, and Mordekaiser was banned every game for a reason, and that being the final match just shows as to why he was. So thank you for both teams for competing and doing so well. Chaos Rain and Cage the Elephant did a great job, and they will get the second place prize in this matchup.
We legit practiced. We didn't think it out. Played against Rant. Smooth.
Yeah, well, this whole tournament's rigged. The admin won because clearly he scripted it to win.
Yeah, sorry guys. I win all the RPs.
Remake.
Tournament's rigged. They subbed in somebody who is gold for their bronze. Rip.
You know, clearly when they had to back the first time, they're like, oh yeah, kid's parents are there, so we have to get Faker real quick. And like, oh crap, we're losing. We lost a match. Oh crap. So the last game they just paused it again and went to get Samsung White in the party real quick. So
Phoned up Piglet. It's like, amen. Amen. Come on. This tournament we need it. Hey, don't tell anyone about that. I could lose my job over this. I don't really have the accent of D-Man, though. Maybe if I did.
I cannot believe I saw that. Like, I don't know.
Nobody has ever done.
I cannot believe. I cannot believe.
I've never heard of D-Man.
That's all he says. Like, that's one of the common things. Like, he's.
I cannot believe. So, what's gonna happen next?
Well, unfortunately, I've been streaming a lot. I was actually off for the last 3 days, and I'd say at least 90% of my off time went to streaming. And tomorrow, I have work at 4 in the morning. So I, unfortunately, will not be streaming later in the night as I did the previous nights.
Oh, I'm going to my girlfriend's house. So I don't know really if I can stream either. We might have to find somebody else.
We don't really need someone else. If the stream ends, when the stream ends.
Oh, really?
I know Peter was wanting to do the giveaway, but we can do that another time. This was
Right,
obviously
that's
very
fine.
unprepared for, so next time I'm sure we'll be able to reach the goal.
Yeah, that's true. So we're just gonna keep the stream on and do things,
No,
I guess? No, we're gonna end
I'm
it?
going. Screw you guys, I hate you.
I cry.
Nah, I don't like Netflix and chill, man. I prefer like Hulu and relax, or like YouTube and sleep, or like VHS and camping, or like DVD and sleepover or something, man. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, my girlfriend's my right hand, I gotta, yeah. Lil and his band.
But once again, everyone, we thank you for joining us and supporting us here at League People. As always, this is a Extra Life charity streamed tournament. I'm sure you all know what Extra Life is, but if you don't, check it out in the panels. It's a good cause where we donate money to the cause of research for children's diseases and finding the cure. If you would like the, well, I'm trying to think, like, what would be the opposite of If you would like to donate to the cause of extra death and spreading the diseases, I apologize, but that cause does not exist at the moment. You'll have to, campaign that one yourself and start the Kickstarter on that one.
Oh, rip.
So, yep, guys, we will see you next time we're able to stream. We don't really have any consistent streamers here. I'm usually one of the only ones.
Give me some
there's
credit. I
many
come on
reasons.
occasionally.
There's many reasons for this, but anyways, we'll see you on our next broadcast. I'm gonna hopefully try to stream a lot more here. It really just depends on my schedule. I work 12-hour days, so usually when I get off at and reach my house at 7 p.m. there's like 2 hours left in my day before I have to go to sleep for the next 12-hour workday, and it's not very easy.
I have school. I'm a child. I'm still jailbait. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, this is Freaking D-Man bringing to you the Quality League People Rito game string.
Tons of boppage, come on.
Tons of boppage. Alright, so I guess we'll see you next time.
Alright, guys, see you later.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Oh, I just wanted to say, Freak will always notice you, baby. Yeah, have a good night.